International karting events are the highlight of the miniature four-wheel automobile competitive year, and now it is the turn of Ireland to host. Welcome folks to the opening day of the Tillotson T4 Euro Cup Round 2, live from Kiltorcan Raceway, County Kilkenny in the Emerald Isle. My name is Evan Dalton and you are watching Alpha Live. Circuit has undergone some unbelievable renovation work ahead of the arrival of the international T4 stars and teams, with a fresh lick of paint across all the curbs, a brand new grandstand in the first corner and the tricolour proudly displayed on the surrounding walls. Stretching just over a kilometre in length with minimal elevation change, it is the perfect host for close quarter racing. Not too far from here is the stunning Kilkenny city in what's known as the sunny southeast, and it certainly is sunny here today. This weekend's competition, the T4 Euro Cup, has a record-breaking Tillotson prize pool equalling €60,000 in total. The podium placers in each category in tomorrow's final will earn themselves a ticket to the elusive T4 Nations Cup in Valencia this September and October. Looking back at the previous round before our action gets underway in a couple of moments here, folks, in Kilkenny. Round 1 took place in South Garda in Italy, and very reminiscent, beautiful sunny conditions at the Central European venue. There were winners from all corners of the world in the opening spectacle, and the same could well happen this weekend. All the talk will be about the finals, but our attention turns to the heat races that will decide the starting positions for tomorrow's super heats and finals. And qualifying already taking place earlier this morning, and it was exceptionally close in all classes. Our first race that will be coming up in a few moments is Tillotson T4 Senior, and it was the Dutch drivers that were dominant in that one. Pole position went to Ilan Muurs by just over a tenth of a second, with Stein Hansen alongside him. United States representative Noah Rosser in third, with Yermo Zanin in fourth. Team pit parts have come with force this weekend, and they are looking to sweep the competition, but the Irish drivers will be looking to try and fight back. Leading the Irish representees is Irish O-Plate winner Brian Wilson in sixth, the former staff member here at Kiltorcan Raceway and a local lad to County Kilkenny, so he is the leading charger from Ireland to put it up to the big international names. We'll have the rest of our classes coming up throughout the day, of course, folks, with T4 Masters, T4 Junior, T4 Mini, and of course T4 Bambino, our smallest and youngest racers from Ireland, who will be out to put on a show later on today. Do not worry, they are sensational racers, and it could well be some of the most entertaining action throughout the weekend. But we're just getting final preparations here on circuit for the start of our race. Clerk of the course for this weekend in an event organised by the Munster Motor Club is Jim Murphy, with assistant COC Gary Manning. And the Munster Car Club doing an absolutely excellent job. You can see the pre-grid area, a brand new pre-grid area. It was only used for the first time last weekend in the Irish round of T4 racing. And so they're getting ready. Plenty of happy faces in the paddock as the engine's starting to get warmed up. To run you through the full grid then, Ilan Muurs does start on pole position alongside Stein Hansen on the front row, but the outside line can sometimes be the beneficial one here in Kiltorcan. Noah Rosser in number 441 starts in third, with Yermo Zanin in fourth. Then it is Bram Osawada in fifth position ahead of Brian Wilson in sixth, the Irish O-Plate winner. Jack Mackenzie Smith starts from seventh, with Joe Bechtold alongside him in eighth. You may think Joe is a Dutch representee. He is, of course, a Dutch representee, but races full-time here in Ireland. Robert Butler in ninth position, with Luke Palmer in 10th. Dermot Toomey of Apex Twin Racing starts in 11th, ahead of your Irish Championship leader Jake King Brunel in 12th. Warren Russell, returning to Tillotson Racing this weekend, starts from 13th, ahead of Josh Allen in 14th, with Henry Bell and Matt Wildman 15th and 16th. 17th is Adam Butler with Cahan McClelland alongside him in 18th position. Tyler Burton will start from 19th, with Justin Clerk alongside in 20th. Ahead of them is Max O'Neill and Elijah Mooney 21st and 22nd, with Samuel Harris and Ben McNulty lining up the next row. And then further towards the back, Giulio Milanese is alongside Amelie Ackett in 26th, Kayla O'Sullivan 27th, with Ben Deasy in 28th, Isabel McDermott in 29th. Deasy and McDermott, the only two novice racers in the field, with Sophie Dossey in 30th position on the back row. So warm-up laps just being completed here as the two Dutchmen bring us round towards the start-finish line. It is a long main straight here at Kiltorcan Raceway, so race start's absolutely crucial. And the T4 senior grid just looking to get bunched up down towards the front row. They will have another warm-up attempt, as it is Ilan Muurs who is on pole position. From the Netherlands, racing of Team Pit Parts, his recent outings include the Next GP Open, took a Grand Slam in round 2 in Kirpen. It's been a very successful season for a lot of our Dutch racers, and we'll be running you through a few of their achievements throughout the race. Alongside him is teammate Stijn Hansen, sporting the number 469 for this weekend. The 2025 Dutch T4 Senior Champion, was the top rookie in the 2024 T4 Senior Championship in the Netherlands. He was second in the most recent round of the Next Dutch Open. Ran in the Nations Cup, as did a lot of the representees here this weekend. Your winner was Stijn Hansen in this class back in South Garda in the opening round. So they're getting ready to go, coming through the hairpin. One of the bigger overtaking opportunities here this weekend, and it'll be very interesting to see how the international drivers pick up the racing around this circuit. It's easy for drivers of their talent to get on the pace, but they don't have the track knowledge when it comes to going wheel to wheel. So this could be a very entertaining first race with maybe some of the Irish guys able to cut through the field. But Muurs and Hansen lead us round towards the tram lines. Rosser and Jermo Zanen on the second row as they are in towards, and for the first time here we go racing in Kiltorcan for the T4 Euro Cup. Noah Rosser pushes the pole sitter through the first corner, and the American has had an absolute flyer off the line. Noah Rosser leads here in County Kilkenny. Was a great start from third place as well in the second row. We do have yellow flags waving, but they all seem to have made it safely through. Noah Rosser and Ilan Muurs rounding for the first couple of corners. The number 430 on the back foot, and we've gone red. So we have gone red very early, and it is someone off at the first corner. So Noah Rosser in the race lead may have to do that again, because we are under red flag very early on here for an incident at turn number 1. So all the carts will slow down, and our fantastic marshalling team here this weekend will get ready. Red flag protocol is just a case of stopping immediately. And we're getting word in the driver is okay, folks. So the driver is okay, but a bit of a clean-up. Very quick medical checks for the driver, but they are out of the cart. And he is off there. Okay, so a regrid will take place. We've not completed a lap of this 8-minute plus a lap heat, so we will go again. But what an awesome start by Noah Rosser. Pushed his way through the first corner. Former Nations Cup winner, of course. His biggest achievement. Now racing real cars, but returning to Tillotson action this weekend for the Euro Cup and for the international events. A bit of reshuffling to do, not much. All fairly contained and regimented in through the first corner, apart from our front couple of rows. It was a decent start by Brian Wilson as well, leading Irish runner. It was 3/10 off Ilan Muurs in qualifying, but it was a bit of a messy senior qualifying. Obviously with 30 carts on what is just a kilometre circuit, you get fairly bunched up across the qualifying session. But there's your senior field for this weekend. We will have a drivers' parade tomorrow here in Kilkenny, but that's about as good a look as you'll get of them all sat in the one place. Can't imagine we would be too long waiting for this restart. Hopefully things get going fairly soon. 3 heats for senior coming up today, and then we'll have the super heat and the final tomorrow, of course. It's been a keenly awaited event here in Kiltorcan. We had a couple of runners over last weekend to race in the Irish Championship round that took place at this circuit last week, just to get a little bit of track knowledge, get a little bit of a head start. It was more so in our Masters class where Marco Pedrana came over. Liam Borkhall, the American representative, was over as well in T4 Junior, but more about them later as they hit the circuit. So COC Jim Murphy just heading out on circuit just to Get the drivers ready to go for our restart. And it was interesting. The inside line, the quicker one at turn number 1. Kiltorcan has a very strange first corner for those of you who are unfamiliar with it. It almost loops back on itself at a bit of a reflex angle, and the outside line can sometimes be quicker because of the runoff through turn number 1. It's a freshly painted runoff. The green bit was a new addition last week. And the curb was painted in the last couple of days. You can see it there. Great shot by our camera crew out on the ground here in Kilkenny. It almost doubles back on itself. You're allowed to use all of that runoff on the left-hand side on the exit of the corner, up as far on the yellow rumble strips. If you go over them, you will probably cause some damage to your kart anyway, so not ideal. But very interesting to see. Will Stein Hansen and Jurmo Zanen have that knowledge on the outside row? Breen Wilson certainly does. Yeah, it was a very nasty incident at the first corner we're hearing, but thankfully the driver is okay. So we're getting a look at that rumble strip there. Yeah, not ideal to run over in a kart. Maybe if you were in Noah Rosser's Ligier JS2, you might be okay. He's racing that for LR Motorsport. Picked up a podium in Paul Ricard a few weeks ago. Raced at the famous Circuit de la Sarre in Le Mans as well, which was one of his favourite moments of his career so far. Not his first international event here on the island for Noah Rosser. Travelled to Belfast, County Antrim last year, where he raced the Irish Grand Prix. Won it, of course, to such the testament of the calibre of driver that he is. He picked up the win in T4 Senior. Then travelled down south the next week to race in one of the Irish Championship rounds in White River Park, which is another fantastic facility on the Emerald Isle. Here with Team Pit Parts this weekend, but very much running his own driver academy as well as Noah Rosser. And he manages, or coaches I should say, a couple of the drivers in this field as well, particularly those who he is teammates with in Team Pit Parts. You're getting a look at him there with the white race suit and the red yellowish coloured helmet. It's only when you get situations like this where the carts have to be reshuffled after only a handful of corners, you realise just how much overtaking can happen on the opening lap. So we'll run you through the field again very quickly, just to keep you updated. It will be the same starting order that we had on the opening lap. Ilan Moores on pole, Stein Hansen in second, and Noah Rosser, Jurmo Zanen, Ram Osawarda, Breen Wilson, Jack Mackenzie Smith, Joe Bechtold, Robert Butler, Luke Palmer, Dermot Toomey, Jake Brunel. Jake, who is leading the Irish National Championship, the first privateer to lead the National Championship since early in 2024, an achievement that Jake is very proud of. He was a former driver for Oran Henry Racing, but now very much of the let's beat the big teams attitude. It's a real feel-good story in terms of the number 440's career so far. From County Kildare, he's top novice in 2024. Held a lap record at another Irish circuit at Boy for 2 years, but that was recently beaten at one of their club rounds. After Brunel, and joining him, or behind him I should say, on the 7th row is Warren Russell. Warren has been taking his talents to the spanners in the last few weeks. He's been on the spanners for a couple of Tillotson drivers, racing Miami this year. But back to Tillotson for the big day, big weekend here in Kiltorcan. Alongside him is Josh Allen, number 406. And then it is the British pair of Henry Bell and Matt Wildman. They also raced in that IGP that Noah Rosser won, and Noah Rosser, speak of the devil, is vigorously waving here, and it's not a wave to the camera, it is a I'm frustrated at something, my kart won't restart wave. hopefully no issues for the fast starter on the original restart. We're going to be getting going hopefully very soon, folks. Track temperature is 41 degrees currently, according to the brilliant sensors from timing.ie. If you are looking for live timing, of course we will have graphics on the screen, but if you're looking for additional live timing, timing.ie is where you can find it. Paul Grogan and team do an absolute awesome job here in Ireland of all events, whether it's go-karts, racing, motorbikes, two flies going up a wall, timing.ie have you covered. And even though we had a lot warmer temperatures here for the Irish round last week, that is a higher track temperature than we experienced then. But just the final little bit of grid shuffling, that is all we are sorting out, and then we'll be getting ready to go racing here for the first heat of T4 Senior at the second round of the Tillotson T4 Euro Cup. Lots of attendance this weekend, lots of media, lots of photographers. It's great to see the orange and white bibs going around the circuit. And now we have go-karts rolling. Noah Rosser has got away a-okay, so we will be back in this one. They head through turn number 1. Oh, we haven't all got away safely, and one of the, it looks like one of the DMS drivers, one of the Irish representations, is not off the grid, and they are trying to get that car going. It'll only be a matter of seconds that they have to try get that going before they're hooked off the grid, and yep, they have it going. So we'll have a full field of what is left. We will get this race started. The driver having some problems was number 481, Warren Russell, who we were speaking of DMS. Another former lap record holder, but at Kiltorcan here in the rentals. Kiltorcan getting some new rentals. They were arrived on Tuesday or Wednesday, as if they didn't have enough to be doing to prepare for the Euro Cup. So if you're in the area, make sure to head to Kiltorcan Raceway for some brand new rental carts. But final tyre warming being done. They fall into 2x2 order once again to head down towards the tram line. So T4 Senior, heat number 1. Elan Muir's on the pole. Stein Hansen, Noah Rosser, Yermo Zanin, Bram Osalarda and Breen Wilson, the front 3 rows, as they're coming down towards the tram lines now, all but 2 together, and it is a much better start this time by Elan Muirs as we go racing in County Kilkenny, and Noah Rosser's got caught up in it as well, but Stein Hansen, the Dutchman, leads through the opening lap, and a couple of the Irish drivers sneaking their way through. Rosser is down to 4th, so it is not the excellent start that he got on the original restart. Oh, contact again between Joe Bechtold and Robert Butler, and Robert Butler has been pushed out of the way through the back part. He was airborne for a little bit, but he has kept going, and someone's lost the tyre. It goes bouncing down the main straight, so we have one who's running on 3, but it is still Stein Hansen who leads. Yellow flags are waving. There is one in the barrier, but hopefully that is cleared fairly quickly. The tyre should be cleared off the main straight as well. It's T4 Senior racing at its best. Chaotic here as we will finally get the opening lap completed. And it is Stein Hansen who leads. Ahead of his teammate Elan Muirs, Yermo Zanin then in 3rd, with Noah Rosser in 4th. Breen Wilson up to 5th. Ramos Oarde down to 6th. Jack Mackenzie Smith has had an excellent start, but it's now Zanin who is going to try and pressure your front 2. Stein Hansen just right behind as they head through the triple left-hander, very reminiscent of Istanbul Park here. And the race leader pulling about a kart length of a lead, not too much. Getting a good second lap nonetheless. Elan Muirs would like to take back his rightfully earned pole position spot. These 2 hairpins will be crucial come the end of the race. That's where the big moves happen, and the wider curving allows for even bigger lunges down the inside. But with still 6 minutes to go, it's all calm for now up the front, as the 2 team pit parts members look to duel it out. Cahan McClelland up 2 spots to 10th position. The Oran Henry Racing driver has had a good start. The driver who had the tyre problem, well, we lost Justin Clerk and Samuel Harris. Sophie Dossie has dropped a lap down, so Sophie unfortunately having issues as well. As we're looking at our top 2 once again You can see there's another cart pulled off to the right-hand side, and that could well be Sophie, as it is one of our Italian representees in their pristine white Tillotson race suits. It really is some excellent branding for T4 Italy to have all the drivers in the same colours. Makes it a little bit easier to spot them out of the circuit as well. Side by side for the flat-out final corner here. In the battle for the front crew, top two going. Headed down towards turn number one. Noah Rosser falling off a little bit here, as is Yermo Zanen. Brian Wilson will be under pressure soon from Jack Mackenzie-Smith, who has got past Bram Osawada. Dermot Toomey of Mitchelstown, Cork, setting the fastest lap here in this heat. Excellent pace from Dermot this weekend. Had some great running last weekend in the National Championship. And the Apex Twin Racing driver has put the fastest lap in here. A 24-hour karting winner. Over in Teesside, as we see a bit of kart recovery occurring, and it's actually the biggest lead that Stein Hansen has had so far this race. Move down the inside a little bit further back. Hansen said his biggest achievement of his karting career so far was the win in round number one. If he could back it up here in Kiltorcan, it would be an excellent start, but we are a long way away from thinking of finals, and now it's all about playing it calm, playing it composed, and picking up the best result possible here in the opening heats. 4 minutes, 10 seconds plus a lap to go. Cahan McClellan with the fastest lap, so the fastest running not coming from the front crew, but McClellan in a nice spot of clean air chasing down Joe Bechtold, who he had a great fight with last week, and Joe Bechtold has just got past Bram Osawada a little bit further back. Bram ran into the gravel, and there goes the move from Noah Rosser. The experience kicks in, and he's now up to second position and going to try chase down your race leader. Elan Muirs has been overtaken through the first of 3 hairpins through the final couple of sectors. Noah Rosser, the Florida native, up to second position. He'll chase down the leader, and Elan Muirs is under pressure from Yermo Zanen, and Yermo Zanen is through as well, so 432 is up to third now. And Brian Wilson is on the back of these, and Brian Wilson is trying to make an impact here on his home circuit. Brian, as calm and composed and as nonchalant as he is, won't be happy about being beaten in his own backyard. He will be looking to put the pressure on. It's Matt Wileman now. Fastest lap. Fastest lap's being traded around the field, so it goes to show the pace is not just at the front. Certainly, if any of the front 10 got in the leaders' fight, they would well be within their rights of having a go for the race lead. But still Stein Hansen, who's in front. 2 minutes and 40 to go in this race. Rosser getting on him in the straight line. There we go, fastest lap from Rosser. Noah is starting to kick into gear here in County Kilkenny, and he's gone for it down the inside, and Noah Rosser's left the room, so he has a lunge and he is ahead, but crucially Hansen has the inside line, and oh, Noah Rosser's been forced to the outside, goes for the race lead, and he finds himself in fourth in a matter of seconds. Yermo Zanen and Elan Muirs did not need an extra invitation to sneak through, but Rosser has found his way back, and the Floridan is back up in front in third position, but it's not the race lead that he was fighting for a few moments ago. It's a net loss over the lap for Noah Rosser, but he's already making amends for a move that was never really on, but Noah Rosser could pull off these sort of overtakes, such as the driver he is. But it's the same fight that we had earlier for the race lead. It is Stein Hansen versus Yermo Zanen, the two Dutchmen, dueling it out in the opening heat of T4 Senior. And Stein Hansen pulling out all the defensive stops so far this heat to take the race win, as Cahan McClellan improving his time once again to pip Noah Rosser's. He's chasing Jack Mackenzie-Smith, and that is in the fight for 8th position a little bit further back, but race leads well and truly not decided yet. Making their way through the chicane towards the crucial 2 hairpins. That's where Rosser made the move on the last lap, but he's not able to get in front on this lap as they fly past Marshall's post 4. Right down the order, it was a good last lap for Henry Bell. He was able to get past Max O'Neill, and Max O'Neill got past Jay King Burnell, so 2 drivers making moves further down the back of the order. Jack Mackenzie-Smith is now finally past Joe Bechtold as Noah Rosser is on the hunt once again for the triple right-hander. But Rosser, who was on the hunt, has just had the wool pull over his eyes, and that is Elan Muirs, who is back in front now of the American. Brian Wilson is just sitting there happy out, waiting for contact or a collision maybe to try and sneak a few positions. It's not the be-all and end-all if you finish one position lower than you could do here in the heats. It's all about being consistent across all three. We'll have all three live here on Alpha Live this afternoon. Crucial couple of laps here to go. Through the final corner, Noah Rosser still not happy. The race leader under pressure. Towards turn number 1. Last lap here in Kiltorcan Raceway, and it is Stein Hansen versus Jermo Zanen for the race lead, and they've pulled up a right gap over Noah Rosser now. The two teammates, of course, will want to play safe, play fair. Can't imagine Jermo Zanen will go for something too silly, but Rosser right behind. He's under pressure from Elan Muirs and Brian Wilson, and they've all got to be careful of Wilson. Not a member of Team Pit Parts, maybe would like to be in the future. He will happily overtake them here, but it's all rather calm on the last lap. This is where a move could happen if one's going to happen. There's no big lunge down the inside. They all realise they're racing for superheat position, and in for the final corner now. It is a defensive domination from Stein Hansen on the opening lap, and he'll see the first checkered flag of the day here at Kiltorcan Raceway. And there's a slight fist pump from the yellow gloves. A great drive by Stein Hansen. It's Jermo Zanen who comes home behind him. Noah Rosser in third, and Elan Muirs in fourth, and it's Brian Wilson in fifth. Linus O'Arday in sixth, recovered a little bit from a poor start. Jack Mackenzie-Smith in seventh, out of Cahan McClelland in eighth. Great race from Cahan. Started in 18th, finished in 8th spot. Not bad going at all. And it was Matt Wileman in 9th. Joe Bechtold finishes in 10th position. Warren Russell in 11th. Luke Palmer in 12th. Josh Allen 13th. And Henry Bell making up a couple of spots late on to finish in 14th. One position ahead of where he started. 15th then goes to Max O'Neill, with Jake King-Brunel dropping to 16th. Adam Butler in 17th. Dermot Toomey, despite putting fast laps in, fell from a qualifying position of 11th to 18th. Elijah Mooney finishes 19th, ahead of Emily Ackett in 20th, and it was Julia Milanese in 21st and Ben McNulty in 22nd. Robert Butler, after that contact, just fell down the order. Very disappointing result for Robert Butler, who was happy enough with his qualifying position, but he'll have work to do in the second heats. Ben DC in 24th. And Kayla O'Sullivan, Isabel McDermott, and then 4B Racing's Tyler Breer, 2 laps down in 27th, with Sophie Dawson in 28th, and then unfortunately very early on we did lose Justin Clerk and Samuel Harris. But that is T4 Senior then, our first race of the afternoon. And what an entertaining one it was. We'll have T4 Mini coming up next, and T4 Mini, although a smaller grid of 9, will be very entertaining. Exceptionally close qualifying between our front two, Jack Harney and Harley Burton. And those two went at it in all 3 races in the National Championship last weekend, so we imagine they will be going at it once again. It was literally a carbon copy of last week's National Championship qualifying, where Harley Burton was 5/10 clear. It was a case of, Harley can do what he wants, he will be able to win this smoothly, and then Jack Harney just put in the fast laps very late on to take pole position by 0.083 of a second. Jack Harney, number 221, raced in the 2025 Miami Warrior Finals, a member of the Carrick-on-Suir Motor Club, who do some fabulous work in Irish karting and Irish motorsport in general. Very much advocates of the art of hill climbs. A T4 Mini winner in the Euro Cup. Round number 1 was Jack Harney. Took 1 win in his racing last season as well. Where did that come? Came here, Kiltorcan Raceway. So just a little bit of on-track kart recovery but we'll have T4 Mini coming up in a couple of moments. That is Sophie Dossey's cart, you can see, being recovered. A non-finish in the previous T4 senior race. The Italian having a successful season in T4 Italy so far. A lot of experience around our previous venue, South Garda. The crew at Kiltorcan just getting that cart recovered on the back of the adapted golf buggy. Back to the pit lane. Final prep for our mini racers. If you're just joining us, welcome along, folks, to Kiltorcan Raceway for the second round of the T4 Euro Cup. We've had our first race, Senior Heat 1, which was completed on a brilliant win by Stein Hansen and the teammate Yermo Zanen. T4 Mini is coming up next. And it's Jack Harney and Harley Brereton who will share the front row. You'll hear the name Brereton a lot this weekend. And no, it's not us going insane. They are a family of 4 racers. Only 3 out this weekend, but a family of 4 racers. Harley, Wesley, Tyler, and Kyle. Formerly of PBR Racing, but now known as 4B. You'll never guess what 4B stands for. But all very competitive, very quick, and can all run at the front of their respective classes. Harley made the jump from Rotax to Tillotson for this year, was racing in the Rotax Max Challenge Ireland for most of last year. So we're getting a look at the new grandstand here at Kiltorcan. A gentleman in the BMW Motorsport hat you can see is Colin O'Keefe, father of Ben O'Keefe, who races in a T4 Junior and took a hat-trick of wins here last week in the National Championship. There is the parents of Harley. You can see the 2 black, white and blue tops, 4B racing tops, and I keenly await Harley's first outing here at T4 Euro Cup weekend. So some record speeds down the main straight. These 2 T4 seniors get recovered. Make sure you make the corner, lads. We don't have a recovery vehicle for the recovery vehicle, so that better go A1. They'll be in through the pit exit. As our T4 Mini drivers keenly await their opening heat of the day. Very aggressive starting of the cart of both to the Jack Harney, but it's getting it going nonetheless. And we will be out of the dummy grid for the start of T4 Mini in 1. So running through your grid very quickly, folks. Jack Harney is on pole position alongside Harley Burton in second position. Fan favourite Billy Green in third, alongside the sole Dutchman in the field, Max van der Heuvel. It's James Stafford Jr. in fifth, ahead of Colin McMahon in sixth, Fran Garcia Herrera in seventh, alongside Bushteen O'Sullivan in eighth position, and then Stephen Doyle down in ninth. But don't expect Stephen to stay there for long. Very fast racer who'll be looking to work his way for the field. Here in T4 Mini will be 6 minutes plus 1 lap. For this one, quite a short format for T4 Mini, but of course we have that extra heat. Get going. After a second warm-up lap. So only two visiting drivers in this class, Max van der Heuvel and Fran Garcia Herrera. Max van der Heuvel, number 296 from the Netherlands, another Team Pit Parts driver. It was second in the opening round, lost to Jack Harney. So we'll be looking to defeat Jack Harney in his own backyard here for a real statement in the T4 Mini class. Racing well in the Netherlands is Max, his brother also racing. Lewis also competing in national and regional karting. Now, we're getting into formation very early here in T4 Mini. Good to see the messaging from the stewards and COCs has been felt, and getting prepared for hopefully an entertaining clash here in T4 Mini. Harney and Breer on the front row. It was swapping and changing all last week in the National Championship for these two, so expect a blockbuster contest here in Kiltorcan. Jack Harney on the inside line, Harley Burton on the outside line as they're well in the tram lines now and accelerate towards turn number 1, and it's immediate defensive from Jack Harney in through T1. Harley Burton loves that outside line but not able to make it work. An O-Plate winner, Irish O-Plate winner Billy Green with the yellow and green helmet behind, very Ayrton Senna-esque, looking to put the pressure on. There's not a lot of movers and shakers towards the back. Stephen Doyle not able to make up too much ground yet, but he will be looking to do so throughout the race. Still Jack Harney at the front of this one, but Harley Burton immediately looking to put on the pressure. In terms of race starts, Harley Burton is very quick on the opening couple of laps, gets the tyres fired up and is able to push on very, very early. Where the likes of Jack Harney takes a couple of laps to bed in, so the pace of this one will very much ebb and flow. There's a battle for third though between Billy Green and Max van der Heuvel, and van der Heuvel is looking to put Green under a lot of pressure as we're side by side for the race lead, and Harley Burton lunges down the inside, oh so close to the apex, but 2:02 is number 1, and Harley Burton is in the race lead here ahead of second place Jack Harney. Harney back down the inside, last of the late breakers. Harley Burton looks to sell him a dream and go for the up and under, but not able to do so as they fly through the triple left-hander. It is the pole sitter who is back in front once again. James Stafford Jr. able to get past Max van der Heuvel amongst all that, and James Stafford is looking to put Billy Green under a lot of pressure, and the regular front runners are staying up the front here in T4 Mini. Jack Harney at the front of the order. Second place is still Harley Burton as they fly past Marshall Post 4 into what is a flat-out final corner. It's a bit of a gap now for Jack Harney, about 4 or 5 kart lengths. Harley Burton able to close up that 4B cart, running very well, but the entire field is together, apart from Bushteen O'Sullivan. Towards the back in the luminous green. Still Harney in front, Jack Harney in the white race suit. Harley Burton in the darker blue-black. Right on the bumper of his rival, and will there be a move up the inside? No, it will be a very unorthodox one to go through one of the higher speed corners on this circuit. It's certainly the hairpins where you can get the moves done in these smaller Tillotson karts. running a defensive line, but cuts back, chops off Brereton through the first corner. Very competitive running from Max van der Heuvel so far in this one. He's staying with the front runners just about. Look, these Irish racers have done thousands of laps of Kiltorcan at this point. It's one of the most popular circuits in the country for both competitive racing and rental fun. Just moved down the inside by van der Heuvel now, but wasn't able to pull it off on Billy Green. So just under 3 minutes to go here in this one, in what is the second race of the day, Heat 2, or Heat 1 I should say, of T4 Mini. And it is number 221, Jack Harney, who is at the front. The round 1 winner in the T4 Euro Cup in South Garda. And on his home circuit here in the Republic of Ireland, looking to go back to back and take the championship lead. Extend the championship lead, I should say. He hasn't already, of course. It's top 3, pulled a bit of a gap now. James Stafford Jr. is keeping with them. A son of a rally driver, as now Harley Brereton is going for it down the inside on Jack Harney, and Brereton is able to pull it off. But as we know from race number 1, Jack Harney doesn't take being overtaken lightly, and he will be very likely to go for another overtake to retake the race lead. The chicane, and through the hairpins once again. Billy Green and van der Heuvel still fighting, and van der Heuvel is on the outside of Billy Green. You can see there using all of the circuit, and he's got to go the long way around the outside. I think in all my years of coming to Kiltorcan, I haven't seen anyone pull that one off yet, but van der Heuvel still trying it. Harley Brereton takes to the front and takes the fastest lap immediately. Fastest lap by 1/10 of a second, was 3/10 quicker than Jack Harney on the last lap, but you really wouldn't know it because look how close these two are down towards the high speed left of turn number 7. A little bit of a mistake for Harley Brereton in the race lead. I'll give Jack Harney a sniff the lead once again, but Harney's got to be very careful here because James Stafford Jr. has had a monster exit out of the final slow corner. Right on his tail, but Harney just has enough down the straight to stay in front. Not long to go in this one now. It's 25 seconds on the clock plus the additional lap. This is the penultimate one. Harley Brereton with the fastest lap once again on the last lap, but it was also a personal best for Jack Harney. They were separated by a handful of hundredths. So the pace very much even Stevens at the front. Oisin O'Sullivan now taking the fastest lap. Not actually the fastest lap, just an error on the graphics, but Oisin O'Sullivan hasn't had the rub of the green in this race so far. Ennis County Clare is Oisin, a member of the Clare Motor Club. O'Sullivan, a name synonymous with Irish motorsport, especially in the rally industry. His last lap board is shown for Harley Brereton. A little bit of an error for James Stafford, which may drop him off the tail of Jack Harney. That will allow Harney a free shot at Brereton, but it's not looking like anyone will be able to get close to Harley Brereton here. Harley Brereton has, without question, been the pace setter in T4 Mini this year in Ireland, but has not taken a race win due to a plethora of bad luck and misfortune. He had a spin in the final in Watergrass Hill, broke down on the last lap here in the first event in Kiltorcan while in the race lead, and then last week Jack Harney pipped him on the last lap. But he will take the first heat win here in T4 Mini. That will set Harley Brereton's T4 Euro Cup endeavours off on the right foot as he comes down towards the flag stand to take the checkered flag. Excellent win by Rafangan's Harley Brereton. Jack Harney comes home in second, James Stafford Jr. in third, and it is going to be the Dutchman who pipped Billy Green, Max van der Heuvel, comes home in fourth. Ahead of Billy Green in 5th, Colin McMahon just behind them. Good race from Cullen in number 208. Really closed up to Green in the last couple of laps. And it wasn't too far off the pace of those in front of him. Fran Gracia Herrera comes home in 7th, and then Oisin O'Sullivan will come home in 8th. Unfortunately, Stephen Doyle not completing that one. It was a great win for Harley Burton. Had to work for it, had to get past Jack Harney, but made the move stick and then was able to stay in front in the first race of T4 Mini. We'll have our junior class coming on next. And for our international viewers, Irish T4 Junior can only be described with one word, and that is pandemonium. If there's ever a normal race of Irish T4 Junior, then something has gone seriously wrong. Just for example, we had 4 spin on the opening lap of Heat 1 last week. We had a 5-way fight in the final, I think, on the last lap of the event before. There's nothing normal about Irish T4 Junior. That's why we absolutely love it. And for our guest drivers, they are about to get a little bit of a shock at what may occur in the next junior race. But that's coming up in a couple of moments. We didn't have any breakdowns in Mini, so there won't be a track called for too long. The track is just getting warmer, as is the air temperature. It's a beautiful 22 degrees here in Ireland. And again, for some of our international viewers, you may think that's quite cold, but for Ireland, that is remarkable. So, final preparations for our T4 Junior field for their first heat of the afternoon. Should be a very, very entertaining one. Jack Fingleton was able to take pole position when the Irish O played in County Cork in May, and is running the O plate on his card here. He didn't race in the first Euro Cup round, but always quick here at Kiltorcan. As our carts will be warming up now. Is there a bit of trouble for Fingleton? It's one element of Tillotson racing is they don't seem to be the easiest things to start. As hopefully Fingleton is able to get going here. There's a couple of concerning looks on his mechanics. Jack Fingleton racing for PBR. And now the finger swivel, the international sign for let's get going, and Jack Fingleton is able to pull away, and he will start on pole position for the first heat of T4 Junior. Alongside him, Zach Battersby in 2nd. Senna McLaughlin starts in 3rd. Ben O'Keefe in 4th position. Harry Ward, Adrian Giel, Alexander Ibrahim, and Jack Keneally. Behind Keneally, we have Ben Cosgrove ahead of Guatemalan representative Fernando Wheeler. Pablo Segura then at 11th, ahead of Wesley Burton in 12th. Lee Morghall, who raced here last week, in 13th. Tyler, the Pickle Pageant, in 14th. Roman Pullen in 15th. And Tiernan O'Connor will start in 16th position. Behind them we have Rory O'Donovan, Max Cooling, Darren McMahon, and our only novice in the field, Vince Grant. Nathan was excluded from qualifying for being underweight. Why Nathan is down the back, unfortunately, in 20th position. That's Fingleton and Battersby. On the front row. Senna McLaughlin actually overtaking Jack Fingleton on the warm-up lap. Zach Battersby wearing his Oran Henry racing suit, whereas McLaughlin is in the luminous yellow. I was very much wondering why McLaughlin was ahead of Battersby, but no, Zach Battersby is starting on the outside of row 1 alongside Jack Fingleton. A fairly nasty crash at road tax to Zach Battersby, but A-OK. And in top form coming into this one. It's been a fantastic year of karting so far for the Battersby family. Hugo Battersby racing in Bambino. You'll see him later. He is a brilliant young racer. Coming down towards the tram lines now to get going for the first heat of T4 Junior. Jack Fingleton on the inside. Zach Battersby in second on the outside, but keep an eye on Ben O'Keefe as well as we go racing in through turn number 1. And oh, Battersby's round, and Zach Battersby is into the wall, and he's made contact with Ben O'Keefe, and second and fourth have gone off and are down the back here at the opening lap. It was contact, could well be penalties handed out for that one, but it has given Jack Fingleton a free run for the first couple of corners with Senan McLaughlin right behind. Harry Ward, what a start for the Briton. He's up to 3rd position here from 5th on the grid, and Adrian Gyel's had a fantastic start as well, and they're all shuffled up towards the front, apart from your race leader Jack Fingleton. And Senan McLaughlin is putting the pressure on, and he's going for a lunge down the inside, and Senan McLaughlin is ahead in through the hairpin. Beautiful move by Senan. Adrian Gyel's been pushed around towards the back. Harry Ward looking to make moves as well, but it's a right shuffle up at the front of T4 Junior. What did we say? Pandemonium is the word, and it is Senan McLaughlin ahead of Harry Ward and Ben Cosgrove towards the front. A lot of shuffle ups on the opening lap as they head their way through. Big lunges down the inside as well. That's for 4th position. And that is Adrian Gyel, who's up to 4th. Great start by PBR's Adrian Gyel, who started in 6th position. He's now up to 4th. Fernando Weiler had a fantastic opening lap. The Guatemalan up 3 places to 7th, and now the PBR drivers are going at it once again, and it's counter steer left, right and centre through the hairpin, and they wear 3 wide on the apex, and Fernando Wheeler's looking to gain a couple of spots there, but take a look at his racing in T4 Junior so far. 3 wide coming out of the final corner. Senan McLaughlin holds the race lead ahead of Harry Ward in 2nd position, and Harry Ward is starting to press on and challenge your race leader. This is further back where it's all kicking off. Jack Keneally had a brilliant last lap. He gained 3 positions and he currently runs in 6th place, but through the left, that's Roman Pullen and Tyler Paget, the 2 Americans who are looking to make an impact here. Ben Cosgrove with the fastest lap in the last lap, but he is literally the only driver on the circuit, bar Senan McLaughlin, who has clean air in front of him. And not 2 Tillotson bumpers looking right back at him as they're in through the hairpin. It's all settled down a little bit, thankfully, for T4 Junior. Not as much chaos as there is just over 5 minutes left to go here in this race. But Senan McLaughlin soars into the sunset at turn number 1. He's being chased down by Harry Ward and Ben Cosgrove. Ben Cosgrove leading the T4 UK Championship and goes for the move on Harry Ward. Fastest lap on the last lap, and now an extra position for Cosgrove. The number 321 knows how to cut through the field, gained 11 positions in a race recently at Clay Pigeon. It was the final of T4 UK round number 1. Ben Cosgrove and Harry Ward don't want to start tripping over each other too much. Because Senna McLaughlin is the target here for the pair of them. They'll be working together against McLaughlin. Adrian Giel now has a bit of clean air. You can see the two behind chasing him. That's Alexander Ibrahim and Jack Keneally, Adrian Giel's teammate. So let's see if Keneally is able to get in front and put out the block for his good friend and teammate Adrian to work his way through the order. Zach Battersby and Ben O'Keefe are both working their way through the field as well. 15th and 16th now for them. Both up a spot on the last lap as Wesley Britton with the fastest lap there. It's a four-race start for Tiernan O'Connor. Down to 17th, lost 2 spots to O'Keefe. And Battersby on the last lap. It's the rally crew. Side by side, a little bit further behind. So there we go. That is the damage of the opening lap, I imagine, as we'll keep an eye on who is missing a bumper. But Ben Cosgrove pushing on to try and catch Senna McLaughlin. Senna McLaughlin, not a regular T4 racer these days. Second in the Miami Cadet Championship last year in Ireland. Lost the championship to Danny Dempsey. He's the nephew of Peter Dempsey, who won in LMGT3 a couple of weeks ago in Interlagos in the World Euro Championship. Senna McLaughlin, key Gaelic football player from Athlone. So a football player, or as it's called over here, soccer. It's Cosgrove and Harry Ward still pressing on to try catch McLaughlin, but the gap sits at 0.6 of a second, and that is Ben O'Keefe putting in the fast times as well. As one of the PBR drivers' engines doesn't sound too good. That's Alexander Ibrahim and Jack Keneally who are seen fighting, and the Dutchman is ahead of Keneally now in the all-red overalls and race helmet. He's got Fernando Wheeler and Paulo Segura behind, so it is an international fight in one of Tillotson's premier international events here at Kiltorcan Raceway for the first heat of T4 Junior. There's been no change in the fight for the race lead. It's all fairly settled at the front, but the gap actually increasing on the last lap between McLaughlin and Cosgrove, but we are looking at Ibrahim and we are looking at Jack Keneally. Keneally almost pushing the Dutchman in through the hairpin, and now that has caused them to get alongside, and they're side by side through here, but oh, Keneally falling off, and now Fernando Wheeler is looking to try and get past. Fernando Wheeler from Guatemala, but has raced here at Kiltorcan before, would you believe? Or sorry, apologies, he's raced in Ireland before, raced at White River Park back in 2021 for a round of Tillotson. So not his first rodeo here in the Emerald Isle for Fernando Wheeler. It was out in the rentals here at Kiltorcan on Thursday, and of course testing yesterday as most of the field were. Still no change in the running order. Fernando Wheeler now side by side with Segura Borgall. No changes there. Ben O'Keefe and Zach Battersby are going to look to get involved in this fight as well, and now they are side by side, and that is Jack Keneally, who's once again involved in a fight, and Keneally's lost another place by the looks of it too. Fernando Wheeler, and Fernando able to get in front now, the number 377. Just coming close to being 0 seconds, and yeah, we dropped to 0 seconds just before race leader Senna McLaughlin gets to the line, and he's probably thankful for that, because Ben Cosgrove and Harry Ward have really got the bit between their teeth the last couple of laps, and they have pressed on to try and take the race lead off Senna McLaughlin. He's got to be careful here. Really pushing. Second and third place though in the opening heat is an excellent result for Ben Cosgrove and Harry Ward. And I imagine heading back to the paddock here. Tyler Paget has had some problems on the last lap. He's dropped down 3 places. Although by problems it could be Zach Battersby and Ben O'Keefe on an absolute tear. But Senna McLaughlin comes for the final corner to take the race win here, and that's a fantastic opening heat by McLaughlin. Ben Cosgrove and Harry Ward, a thumbs up to each other. A very solid effort to take second and third. A hectic opening couple of laps, but it settled down nicely in T4 Junior. Final few runners come through to complete the grid. Senan McLaughlin of Athlone takes the race win. Ben Cosgrove in second. Harry Ward in third. Adrian Giel in fourth, with Alexander Ibrahim coming home in fifth. Jack Keneally just holds on ahead of Fernando Wheeler in seventh. Liam Borghall comes home in eighth, with Pablo Segura ninth, and Wesley Brewer in 10th position. Roman Pullen just ahead of comeback king Zach Battersby and Ben O'Keefe, who made contact at the first corner in this one. One may have to go out on track to recover their bumper. Rory O'Donovan, then the American, comes home in 14th. Tyler Paget in 15th, ahead of Max Cooling, Tiernan O'Connor, Nathan Strang, Darren McMahon, and Jack Fingleton, Paul Sitter in 20th. So that is it for Junior for the moment. We will have 2 more heats of T4 Junior coming up this afternoon, of course, in our opening heats of the T4 Euro Cup here in Kiltorcan Raceway. If you're enjoying the action here on Alpha Live, don't forget to pop a subscription on the YouTube channel. Let us know your thoughts in the live stream chat below. It's been some excellent racing so far, and I imagine that will continue in our T4 Masters race, known in Ireland as Senior 168. It is the heavier weight category of Tillotson T4 Senior. And there is a lot of international entries for this one. We have quite a decent number of Senior or T4 Masters runners in Ireland, but there's a decent international contingent travelling over for this weekend. A lot of Italian drivers, as they're already heading out on the circuit. Oh no, problems for one. One has stopped. That is Antonio Yul, the Spanish driver, who has stopped just exiting the dummy grid. Not getting any support by the looks of it, so Antonio may not get going in this one, but it is Valerio Prandi on pole, and of Adrian Ortiz in second. Luke Kavanagh starts in third, ahead of Colin Munnelly in fourth. It is Luke Hornstra in fifth, ahead of Antonio Lul, who has just got going. Marco Pedrana in seventh. Scott Garvey starts from eighth. It is Peter McBride in ninth, with Alberto Zaltieri in 10th position. And Aaron Doyle starts from 11th. So good that Yul has got going. We'll have the full field, as Antonio will be able to catch up, hopefully. But Valerio Prandi, the Italian, on pole, winner in the opening round of the Euro Cup in round number 1. From Cremona, Italy. Alongside him is Adrian Ortiz, Spaniard of CT Karting Servetti Racing. It's a race to the Nations Cup last year in Valencia. Luke Kavanagh, then top Irish driver, in third. Got the on-track win in last week's national championship. It did lose it due to a 5-second penalty. But Luke transferring up to T4 Master from T4 Senior, and really making an impact very early on. Keep an eye on Luke Kavanagh. And then it's the #1 on-form driver behind, or alongside him, Colin Munnelly. Unfortunately for Antonio Yul, doesn't look like he's going to be able to catch up here, so it's first heat plagued by issues as the T4 Masters are down towards the tram lines, and it's Brandy and Ortiz on the opening row, but a great start by the Italian. Doesn't let Ortiz round the outside. Little bit of a nudge at the apex between Luke Kavanagh and Colin Munnelly, and that allows Luke Hoornstra, the Dutchman, to sneak through and into third position down towards the hairpin. But Brandy is in the race lead, and there was a little bit of contact. Colin Munnelly has got all the way to the outside of turn number 3. And the Irishman now has a lot of work to do to try and cut through the field, but it is still Italy leading Spain at the front of this one in the T4 Masters, and all that bunching up at the first corner has allowed Antonio Yule to get right on the tail of this, so his race is not a ride-off just yet, and across the remaining 7 minutes and 20 seconds, I imagine, will make an impact here in this T4 Masters race. But great start, as good as they come here today for Valerio Brandy, Leo 71 driver. Second position still Adrian Ortiz. Then it is Luke Hoornstra in third place, ahead of also Luke, spelled very different, in fourth. Now the Dutchman trying to attack Ortiz, and Luke Kavanagh is able to sneak through because of that. And Luke Kavanagh now finds himself in third place, about as cutthroat as you get from Luke Kavanagh. He's now in third. Try to work his way up the order. Great start by the very experienced Roberto Zaltieri, who's up 3 positions to 7. Roberto not going to like me saying this fact, but the oldest driver in the field. His fellow Italian, Valerio Brandy, is gone at the front of this field. Fight for second. It's getting very close between Adrian Somoza Ortiz and Luke Kavanagh. Luke Kavanagh, local as well, from County Kilkenny. It is a father and son team of Luke Kavanagh, a real privateer success story in recent weeks in 168 or Masters. Has gained 2 positions. There's problems on the last lap for Roberto Zaltieri because he dropped down the order. He's now 9th ahead of Aaron Doyle. That did allow the Spaniard to get back up through, and he is tackling Marco Pedrana now. Marco Pedrana did race here last week, so has some track experience. Marco Pedrana of Mazzotti Corsa, which is an excellent name for a racing team. As oblivious as I am, no idea what it means, but it just sounds cool, and that's enough sometimes. What sounds cool for Luke Kavanagh is second position, and he's on the tail of Adrian Ortiz down towards the long left-hander. Luke Hoornstra is right behind as well. Dutchman. Very fast young racer for Masters, so not one to leave the door open for, certainly. Now, 4 minutes 20 seconds plus 1 lap to go as Valerio Brandy dominates at the front of the opening heat of T4 Masters. There you get a great visual at the gap as Antonio Yule, I should say, with the fastest lap of the race so far. So it's a real what if for Antonio if he didn't have those problems on the dummy grid and was just a little bit off the race starting pack. He could have well cut his way through to the front, but look, we have 3 heats for a reason. Problems of one. In a grid this size, certainly you could really make an impact. A couple of podiums in the second heat. Start come super heats tomorrow, but still no joy for Luke Kavanagh in getting past Adrian Ortiz. And he's right on the bumper. Looking for the move into the first corner. No, can't quite get it done. As Valerio Brandy responds to the fastest lap attacks, and it is a 53.6 for Brandy. Really wouldn't be out of place in a senior race. And now there is a battle kicking off for second, and Luke Hoornstra is looking to try and overtake the Irishman in front of him. Loop squared on the tail of Adrian Ortiz, but he's holding on well. Has not glanced over his shoulder once, which goes to show how confident he is in his own defensive abilities. Yeah, the Spaniard in second, really not minding. He was behind him. Okay, there was the little glance. It wasn't quite over the shoulder, but definitely not. Stay head through the hairpin. So Randy not able to settle the second fastest lap. Certainly pulling away from his top two. Gap now sits at over 2 seconds, which would make it the biggest win of the day so far here at the T4 Euro Cup. Luke Kavanagh goes for the outside of Ortiz, and he's going to try the classic Kiltorcan up and under, which is by far and away the best move to pull off here for this section of track. Certainly it's a lunge down the inside into the last sector. A real racer's move. No, Luke Kavanagh not able to get past the Spaniard, running number 3.26. 19th in the Nations Cup final last year was Adrian Ortiz. I was going to say he'll be looking for a little bit better this weekend. Even if he doesn't start the final, he will finish better than 19th. Certainly he's looking for silverware. Luke Kavanagh is one of the drivers looking to take that off him. He's not able to get past just yet. Ironically for Luke Kavanagh, this is the exact situation he found himself in last week in the National Championship, but reversed. He was defending from Anthony Holland. Anthony Holland, track owner here at Kiltorcan Raceway and managing director of Kiltorcan Raceway. And the man responsible for the success of this circuit, and the man responsible for the fantastic facility you can see on your screens now. But he also races in the Senior 168 Championship, and was the one to take the win off Luke Kavanagh last week. Just temperature increasing, track at a beautiful 43 degrees. It's certainly not an easy day for racing. As Luke Kavanagh was joined by Luke Rudstra, but he has fallen off here. He's now in no man's land and being chased down by Scott Garvey, a hot rod champion. Scott Garvey, number 533. Driver of the Irish Senior 168 team, pretty much all the 168 or Masters drivers in Ireland race for the one team. FBR, Fat Boys Racing. It's a fantastic community of 168 drivers, Scott, a part of that, of course. But when they get to the circuit, nobody is friends. Friendly off the track, certainly not friends on it. The last lap board will show Luke Kavanagh has one more lap to try and take second position here. This Masters heat number 1. Certainly seems like he has the pace to compete with Brandy if he could get up the front, but sitting behind the Spaniard is unfortunately not going to be much good to him, and Luke Kavanagh not able to get in front. This is a battle we're looking at further behind, and that is Scott Garvey trying to get past Luke Rudstra. Rudstra could lose 4th place here fairly quickly if he's not careful, because Scott Garvey is lapping very quickly. Second fastest man on the circuit on the last lap was Scott Garvey, as Luke Kavanagh still looking for a way past Adrian Ortiz, and now he's on the inside, but the door has been closed, and almost contact between the Spaniard and the Irishman. Got very close to the apex. That'll be that in terms of the fight, but Luke Kavanagh will feel fairly aggrieved of that one. Scott Garvey, is he able to get past Luke Rudstra? Not too sure, but there's your race winner, Valerio Brandy. Domination from start to finish, and as they come across the line, no, Rudstra will stay in front of Scott Garvey. Adrian Ortiz coming home in second after a fairly hairy last lap. Closed the door right off through the chicane. Luke Kavanagh felt that space should have been left, but wasn't able to take it. It will be Valerio Brandy, your race winner. Adrian Somoza Ortiz in second position, 4 seconds behind the Italian. Luke Kavanagh comes home in third with Luke Rudstra in fourth. Scott Garvey in fifth ahead of Peter McBride in sixth. Antonio Yule recovers to seventh. Really cracking job by the Spaniard. With Marco Pedrana in eighth. Colin Munnelly not really showing us much, unfortunately, in that first heat, but the experienced Irishman will be back in Heat 2. He finishes in 9th ahead of Aaron Doyle in what is his first Masters race of the year. 10th ahead of Roberto Zaltieri in 11th position. Next up, we will have our Bambinos, and it won't be a race for our Bambinos, it will be a practice session. Our Bambinos will have a competitive race tomorrow, but it's not a championship in this competition, unfortunately, the Bambinos. But they are still getting track time here at Kiltorcan, and it is an all Irish Championship entry list, but this is brilliant. Don't turn off your screens yet, folks. This is great. It is a chance to highlight some of our excellent Bambino racers here. And these guys really do, these guys and girls, I should say, really do entertain. There was a joke video going around where it was Verstappen and Hamilton, and the caption on it was what the Bambinos produce before Senior comes out for a snooze fest. And that is exactly it. Bambino racing is fantastic. Someone almost getting run over hit the dummy grid. That wouldn't have been ideal. But they're all out on circuit nonetheless, the Bambinos, for practice. That was a bit too close for comfort there, I think. After Bambinos, we will have our rotation repeat for the second heat, so we'll have our T4 Senior coming back out on track in a few moments. Just because this is a practice session, trust me, these guys will still race, most likely. It's a little bit of calm before the storm. When T4 Senior returns, it will be a hectic race once again. It was a really busy opening one. This will be a 10-minute practice session for Bambinos. A chance for some track time before we get our T4 Senior competitives returning. The beauty of Bambinos is the standing starts. Absolutely excellent. We'll have an example of them tomorrow during our finals, where the Bambinos will race. Bambino karting, designed as a gateway into the sport for the youngest racers. Drivers are aged from 5 to 8 years of age, and it's very easy to forget that they're actually 5 years of age. Sometimes the racing they produce wise beyond their years. It's a specifically tuned 5cc engine. Tillotson Bambino model, the most popular around the world by far. See, the drivers all running fairly close. They're led by Hugo Battersby, luminous yellow race suit heading through the left-hander. Hugo Battersby, in his first year of karting, in his first karting weekend, won the Irish O-Plate in Watergrass Hill. Rather humorously, still has to run his novice plates, despite obviously winning on debut, but that's the beauty of karting. Younger brother of Zach Battersby, who had that incident on the opening lap of T4 Junior, but recovered very well. Yeah, Hugo Battersby. 3 podiums in the Bambino Championship so far this season in the first 3 races. Off to a really, really good start. His fastest in this practice so far. The pace setters in Bambino this year have been Hugo Battersby, Emerson Hannon, Darragh Fitzgibbon leading the championship, but Emerson Hannon has missed around. That's Emerson Hannon you can see going down the inside there in the white helmet and green and white race suit. Son of Formula V and Formula Ford racer Kieran Hannon. He's racing in the Irish Formula V National Championship with quite a lot of success this year. Took his first win last year in White River Park. Took a win this year in Kiltorcan Raceway and is going for that being a champion. Big fan of Frederick Vesti, so I hear. The Mercedes reserve driver was at the Goodwood Festival of Speed last weekend, was Emerson. The death stare Hugo Battersby there for his rifle heading through into the first corner. That's Georgie Greer, who he's battling with, and Georgie had a best ever Bambino weekend last weekend and was so fortunate to miss out on the win. It was a last lap, a masterclass from Dara Fitzgibbon to take the Bambino win in the Irish National Championship last week. Dara Fitzgibbon went from third to first in the last lap and unfortunately just stripped Georgie Greer of a phenomenal win, also on novice plates, as you can see, the novice black plates. Georgie Greer racing under the Northern Irish flag as they battle their way through. 6 minutes and 50 seconds left in this Bambino practice session. We have our senior racing coming up very shortly. It is almost like a race, this. With the top three in times all running at the front for T4 Bambino practice. They will have intermittent practice sessions throughout the day, and then the final race tomorrow. Still a prize for Bambino, as same as the other classes. There is Georgie Greer, Hugo Battersby, Emerson Hannon, all running at the front. 3 names to keep on your mind if you are a big fan of karting. Will be definitely heading up through the classes. Big stars of the future. So in good news for all the other classes, seems to be no penalties for the first few races, or at least so far. Stewards may be deciding a couple of verdicts, but for the most part it was relatively clean. We had a couple of opening lap incidents, but when you have fields of this size, you can kind of expect that into what is a very tight first corner. Every heat that goes on, the more contested they will be. Because if you've had a bad heat 1 and heat 2, the likelihood is you've got to absolutely send it for heat 3 to try and get a good super heat starting position tomorrow. Super heats taking place in the morning, and then the finals in the afternoon. A driver's parade as well for those here at the circuit tomorrow morning. It's not long left in our practice session for the Bambinos. Just 3 minutes and 40 seconds. And then we'll have T for senior once again. It's a good little taster of this for who will have the pace tomorrow in the Bambinos, because Bambino racers don't really wear the art of sandbagging, you know, the art of keeping your cars close to your chest, pushing every lap around the circuit, and the additional track time, all it does is make the drivers faster. These Bambino racers, although at such a young age, very aware of how the kart handles, how the kart reacts. Just look at that from Emerson Ham. Beautiful switchback. Perfectly placed on Georgie Greer. Realised that, okay, I'm quicker than the car in front. Went for the overtake. It's the principles of karting. It's the principles of motor racing. These young drivers understand that. That's the beauty of Bambino karting. There's a lot of benefits to a young racer karting in the motorsport world and in the real world. And it's also insanely fun. What kid doesn't want to go kart? So the Bambino practice battle continues. This will be their last lap around Kiltorcan for this practice session anyways. They'll be back out throughout the day. And it is one more practice session for the Bambinos today, to be precise, and then on to tomorrow's action. But checkered flag will be out this time. We have T4 Senior coming up next. If you missed the opening T4 Senior race, well, it was red flagged after one corner for an opening lap incident, but thankfully driver A-OK. We had a bit of a regrid. Noah Rosser was the fast starter on the original restart, but kind of got bundled up into the first corner on the second one. And it was Ilan Mures, Jan and Stein Hansen and Noah Rosser who fought for it at the front, but Stein Hansen was the victor. So checker flag for the Bambinos. Darragh Fitzgibbon ends practice quickest, although you can take that at your own will. As we wait for our final two drivers to come across the line. That is Ollie Keneally and Elijah Hartensberg, who will cross the checker now for our field of 6 in the T4 Bambinos.
Race control leaders, checker flag in this session. We will recommence shortly with road tax.
So a lovely look at the first corner of Kiltorcan and the crucial hairpins. Track temperature just ramping up every time we look at it. 43.4 now, you can see on the top right hand corner of your screen. Air temperature still a nice 22. So there is T4 Seniors dummy grid. That's where the Bambino racers look to get someday, as Noah Rosser sitting in his car, and engines Engine cords being ripped high in the air once again, as Ilan Mures will have another go from pole with Stein Hansen alongside him. It'll be interesting to see how they play this race now. They've had one race of experience here at Kiltorcan. They might not, the visiting drivers might not fully understand the overtaking places just yet, because there wasn't an awful lot of it at the front. But it didn't really matter, because the Irish runners not really able to get close to them. But Ilan Mures pulls out to start on pole position here for the second heat of Tillotson T4 Senior, and Stein Hansen in second. Noah Rosser and Yermo Zanen start on the second row. Then Bram Osoade, who'll be looking for a much better second heat here, starts from 5th alongside Irish Oplate winner Brian Wilson in 6th position. Jack Mackenzie Smith and Joe Bechtold will line up on row 4. Then it's Robert Butler, who starts alongside Luke Palmer in 9th and 10th. Robert with a collision at the race start in heat number 1, so fell down the order. Dermot Toomey and Jake King Brunel start 11th and 12th ahead of Warren Russell and Josh Allen in 14th place. Henry Bell and Matt Wildman leading the British efforts here in 15th and 16th. Anna Butler and Cahan McClellan start 17th and 18th, and just ahead of Tyler Brereton and Justin Clerk. It is Max O'Neill, Elijah Mooney, Samuel Harris and Ben McNulty 23rd and 24th. 25th then is Julia Milanese, ahead of Amelie Acketts in 26th. Kayla O'Sullivan in 27th, ahead of Ben Deasy, Isabel McDermott and Sophie Dossie in 30th. Sophie with a problem in the last heat. So that's your starting order then, as our warm-up laps just being completed. Ilan Mures and Stein Hansen on pole position once again. It was a very busy opening heat for the front runners. They're looking to calm it down a touch, get a very steady result. Put themselves in a good position come heat 3 for tomorrow. Said racers never. Let's get ready for a scrap at the front. Ilan Mures and Stein Hansen on the front row. Noah Rosser and Yermo Zanen. Row 2 is down the tram lines they go as we go racing, and Noah Rosser tries his tactic and lunging it up the inside to no success, and Ilan Mures is under pressure from your heat 1 winner Hansen, as we've two tangled together towards the back. And that is number 431 who's got into some trouble as they head through the hairpin. That was Ben Deasy who got caught up. But it is still Ilan Mures in the race lead. Stein Hansen not able to get in front in the early stages, just like he did in Heat 1. There was problems with Joe Bechtold as well. He's down to last here and only heading for the first sector now. So the Dutchman, who does race in the Irish Championships from Amsterdam, not having some success up the front. But Paul Sitter has remained in the race lead at the start of heat number 2, but he is being pressed by his team Pitpart's teammate Stein Hansen. Noah Rosser still in third, and it is wide from Ilan Mures, the race leader, and this could allow Noah Rosser and Stein Hansen to try and find a way through. Leading the Irish effort now is Jack Mackenzie Smith in 6th position. He's got past Brian Wilson. Robert Butler is up there as well for Oran Henry Racing, and he's looking to close the gap back to the front runners. It is a lot more close and compact than it was at the start of heat number 1, and they're all getting very much up to speed here at Kiltorcan Raceway after yesterday's testing, this morning's practice and qualifying, and our opening race, of course. 6.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Plenty of racing, plenty of time for things to go right, plenty of times for things to go wrong. It's going right so far for Noah Rosser, who's now up to 2nd position behind Ilan Mures, your pole sitter, and he will be chasing after the Pitpart's driver, his fellow Pitpart's driver I should say, at the front of this race. Further back, good lap for Josh Allen, who is up to 2nd, and oh no, we've problems towards the back. And hopefully that driver is okay bundling over the barrier. And we have local yellows in that zone. There is a front bit of bodywork there, and it seemed to be a collision towards the back of the field. That is Bram Osuarde, who is gone from this one down the back. Bram didn't look too hot there, so hopefully he's okay. As the race will continue on, we're still under green flag, but local yellows are in place, so no overtaking through the final sector. Front runners do remain the same. Still Muirs, who leads Rosser, who leads Hansen. Then it is Jurmo Zanen ahead of Jack Mackenzie Smith. And oh, there's a crash, and oh no, there's a terrible incident at the first corner. And all okay, Robert Butler flipped and went, the cart landed on top of him, but he's up, he's out, he's walking. And this will be red flagged with immediate effect. Josh Allen was involved in it as well. And that's Robert Butler's second time going airborne today, but this one was a lot worse. Robert hopped straight up off the ground, but is in a serious bit of bother here, so it will be red flagged at the second heat of T4 Senior. They will all come to a stop on the grid. Robert Butler is receiving some medical attention. Bram Osuarde is also receiving some attention towards the back part of the circuit in what seemed to be an earlier incident. But unfortunately it's not looking too good for Robert Butler. There is Bram Osuarde, so helmet off and sitting upright chatting to one of our officials and Noah Rosser, so good to see Bram is okay. Robert Butler, it's looking a lot better than it was a couple of seconds ago. He is on his 2 feet now and talking to the officials. And he's walking with assistance, Robert Butler, but he is walking. So positive signs. There's your T4 Senior field. Out of the carts this time. We have completed some racing laps, so it will be a regrid. We won't be going back to official positions, but that's not the concern of these pilots at this very moment in time, understandably so. And teammates of Robert getting straight out of the carts and running over to him to make sure he was okay. They were stopped by the stewards, as is correct protocol, of course, but this is a tight-knit group in T4 Senior. Josh Allen was also involved in the opening lap crash, but was kind of a third party to it. He's perfectly fine, but is just checking his cart to see if he could continue, more importantly. He's talking with assistant clerk of the course Gary Manning at the first corner, as Robert Butler has been taken from the scene to receive some further medical treatment. So some discussions happening on the main straight, but we certainly won't be going racing soon without ambulances present. You can see it's extremely warm, helmets off, race suits down as quick as possible. We're looking at Brian Wilson there with the blonde mullet. An interesting choice of haircut. I know, Brian, I'm allowed to say that. Sporting the new T4 Euro Cup t-shirt. Some discussions ongoing. That was a very loud whistle. We caught that on the camera. Yeah, that was Jim Murphy, COC, I think. Rather impressive. So still discussions happening on the grid. If you're just joining us and wondering what the delay is, we are under red flag for a very serious incident at the first corner, which did involve 3 drivers, 2 absolutely fine, no bother, and are back, I believe, with the field. Certainly one is. Not sure about Josh Allen. We're getting helmets on here, so we will be going racing again by the looks of it. The other driver involved was Robert Butler, who has been taken off to receive medical attention, but he was straight up out of the off the ground, unfortunately. Yeah, are we getting a regrid? One kart is being pushed away, so someone unfortunately won't be able to continue. We can see our fantastic Kiltorcan staff there working very hard on this hot summer's day for Saturday of the T4 Euro Cup Round 2. It is unfortunately the slowest the T4 has ever gone for the first corner. Yeah, but it is Bram Usawarde's kart from Breda, the Netherlands. Bram was involved in an incident as well. We didn't quite see it, but he pulled off at the final corner and just fell over the barriers. But Bram he's totally fine. We saw him talking to his teammate Noah Rosser a few moments ago, but won't be playing any further part in this one. He is about 3 or 4 laps down at this point anyways. So, some information for you. We will have a restart in a few moments. As you can see, the drivers getting ready in their karts. It will be 5 minutes plus 1 lap. If you are looking at our timetable online, we're about 25 minutes behind where we should be. But of course, if you stick with us here on Alpha Live, we will be bringing you all of the heats. That's not a kart being pushed to pit lane. That is Stein Hansen pushing his kart into position, so he will be staying going racing. There's Ilan Mears, who remain at the front. And Noah Rosser kicking into mechanic mode to restart one of his pit parts teammates' karts. Team Pit Parts, probably the biggest team here this weekend, because of the Irish efforts would be Oran Henry Racing, and unfortunately when it's rained it's poured today, in terms of bad luck for OHR. So we have one side of the grid. We just need to get the other up and ready now. Noah Rosser once again out of the kart. Not a man for sitting. Is the 2023 Tillotson T4 Nations Cup winner, the IGP winner in Nuts Corner, County Antrim. A superstar from Palmetto, Florida. There would be a lot of similarities between his home circuit, Anderson Park, and Kiltorcan Raceway. Both world-class facilities. With Noah, he's a world champion. He races Lugiers now, as well as the top Tillotson karting. Has his own management by Samuel Rosi. Everything that leads towards egotistical, big-headed. But that's not Noah Rosser. One of the nicest blokes you can meet in the paddock to have a chat with. We'll stop and have a chat with anyone. And is such a fantastic ambassador for Tillotson karting. And for karting in general, I suppose, but of course he races Tillotson. You can see him there, a team leader amongst pit parts, certainly in this T4 Euro Cup. Still no idea why he stood out of his car, but he is a team leader amongst them. The final carts being put into positions. We're rolling, and it's Elon Muirs who gets our warm-up lap underway once again with Noah Rosser behind him. So the order is Elon Muirs, Noah Rosser, Stein Hansen, Yermo Zanen, Jack Mackenzie Smith. Robert Butler was running in 6th, of course won't be taking the restart. Neither will Josh Allen as far as I'm aware, so that puts Brian Wilson back up behind Mackenzie Smith. Then it's Henry Bell, Cahan McClellan, Matt Wileman, and Justin Clerk in 12th. Tyler Britton, Adam Butler, Elijah Mooney, Emily Atkins, Warren Russell, Julia Milanese, and Dermot 2 in the top 20. It'll be another warm-up lap, so we'll have 2. As no, we won't. We have green flag, apologies. So we are racing. It is not a full race restart, and we are green again. And did anyone other than Elon Muirs know that? I don't think so, because he's miles in front of Noah Rosser. It was also in front of Stein Hansen. Yermo Zanen is under pressure from Jack Mackenzie Smith. And it is a shuffle up T4 senior order here on the restart. A little bit of fighting behind, but race start about as good as they come for Team Pit Parts Elon Muirs. A Grand Slam in Kirpen. Next GP Open, back at home in the Netherlands. There won't be a Grand Slam here, unfortunately. Kiltorcan didn't take the first race win, but he's leading here. Noah Rosser second. A great restart for Cahan McClellan, who's got ahead of Matt Wileman and Justin Clerk. Tyler Burton is behind Matt Wileman then. That's Samuel Harris getting ahead of Dermot Toomey as well. So Samuel Harris, who had some trouble in the opening heat. It's going a lot smoother for Harris. Luke Palmer up 5 positions. Had to do a cut through the field previously here in his career in Kiltorcan, and all that experience is paying off as we're looking side by side. Cahan McClelland of Oran Henry Racing is looking to make up even more positions. From Forkhill, County Armagh is Cahan McClelland. Didn't race in the opening round of the Euro Cup, but did represent Ireland at the Nations Cup last year in Valencia. He's been 4th and 5th in his national championship this season, so steady, consistent, smooth. And that really is how you would describe Cahan McClelland to someone unfamiliar with him. Just a composed racer, excellent at his craft. And now we see Jack Mackenzie Smith and Brian Wilson, two who would be very familiar with each other this year, fighting once again, and Brian Wilson in the white helmet behind. It's Jack Mackenzie Smith in the orange. Side by side, very close indeed. Bumper to bumper, but you don't want to get too close. No bumper penalties needed in the heats, especially a T4 senior heat that was restarted with 5 minutes to go, because the pack is so close. Well, unless your name is Elan Muirs, who's just ran away in the front, but the rest of the pack is so close that a penalty would drop you down the order massively. So Matt Wileman, Cahan McClelland still fighting, as is Tyler Burton and Justin Clerk. Clerk was another one who unfortunately didn't have a great heat one, was a non-finish, but in the top 10 now. Elijah Mooney has dropped down the order. Elijah racing for Tim Murray. And now here we go, there's Brian Wilson down the inside of Jack Mackenzie Smith. Mackenzie Smith is looking for the switchback. Oh, sells Brian Wilson the dream, gave him the spot. Beauty of a switchback, the fastest lap holder, keeps the position. Fantastic racing from Mackenzie Smith. Yellow flag is out, we have another cart pulled off, so it will be another non-finisher in this one, and that will be Kayla O'Sullivan, unfortunately, in number 414, so Kayla will not complete the second heat of T4 Senior. Brian Wilson is still trying to get past Jack Mackenzie Smith. There's your race leader, Elan Muirs up the front. Noah Rosser is trying to hunt him down, but time is of the essence here. Gap is 1 second. They were only a 1/10 of a second apart, so Noah Rosser in the remaining laps needs to gain 5 or so tenths a lap, really. Still Smith and Wilson side by side, and you can see them now. Brian Wilson, oh, slides, almost spins, does Brian Wilson. Not quite though, but has lost the place. And now they're still side by side in front, and that is it's 4th place now involved. This is Jermo Zanen, so the Dutchman under pressure from those in front. That's Cahan McClelland involved in the fight now in the 415, and McClelland, big lunge down the inside, nicks the rear of the card in front of him, and Cahan McClelland, we were saying how calm and composed he is all elbows out here in the Euro Cup Heat 2 as they come across the line. Jermo Zanen in 4th, Matt Wileman is up to 5th, then it's Cahan McClelland and Mackenzie Smith. Brian Wilson involved in this fight as well, and Brian Wilson is right behind Cahan McClelland now. Matt Wileman, the Briton, is in front of the pair of them, and Wileman looking to chase down Jermo Zanen and put a pin in the Dutch party at the front. Well, Dutch party and their adopted Dutchman for the weekend, Noah Rosser. Same colours in the flag, I suppose. This is the penultimate lap of this one. Last lap board is at the ready. We're not looking at the fight for the lead here. That is all but decided. We are looking for Jermo Zanen and Matt Wileman fighting for 4th position in this one. And Matt Wileman is looking to try and get in front as we take a look at our front runners once again. Noah Rosser is slowly making inroads. He's now 5/10 of a second behind, but with the last lap board out, it could be too little too late here in this one. As the chasing pack file on through, and Jermo Zanen has survived the Matt Wileman attacks, and it is now Cahan McClelland who is attacking, and McClelland under pressure from Matt Wileman, and Wileman is able to get through, and they're so close for the carousel, and Brian Wilson's got past Matt Wileman too, and Tyler Brereton is on the tail of Matt Wileman now. It's a sinking ship, unfortunately, for 422. Matt Wileman, who's falling down the order that little bit. Jermo Zanen has 4th place all but secured now, and the rest of the positions could be sorted as well, and it is not good readings for Matt Wileman, who is having a very good race. It's excellent reading from Elan Muirs, who comes across the line to take the win. adopting the Irish scan almost across the line, but Noah Rosser taking second behind him. Yermo Zanin holds on, and they all swapped around behind. Matt Wildman has come home a classified fifth. It looked like he fell down the order a lot, but he's beaten McClelland, so getting back in front as we looked at the front runners. Really entertaining end to the second heat of T4 Senior, as the rest of them file on through. Unfortunately, the Battle of Fourth won't be what it's remembered for, but we end on a positive note, and we wish Robert Butler well and hope he is A-OK. Hopefully not his weekend over, because Robert deserves a real good performance here, but there's more important things than karting. So it's Elan Muirs that takes the race win as he completes his constant lap. Noah Rosser, the Florida native, in second, ahead of Stein Hansen, Heat 1 winner in third. Yermo Zanin comes home in fourth, Matt Wildman in fifth, and Cahan McClelland in sixth, leading the Irish effort. Jack Mackenzie Smith in seventh, with Brian Wilson in eighth, Justin Clerk coming home in ninth, Luke Palmer in 10th, Tyler Bruton in 11th, and Warren Russell in 12th. Adam Butler 13th, Elijah Mooney 14th position. Samuel Harris much better in 15th, ahead of Amelie Ackett in 16th. Julia Milanese in 17th, ahead of Dermot Toomey in 18th. Joe Bechtold recovers to 19th, was last on the opening lap. Max O'Neill then in 20th, ahead of Henry Bell in 21st. Jake King Brunel, it's not going well for Jake, unfortunately, this weekend. He finishes 22nd. Sophie Dossie in 23rd, and Ben Deasy, Isabel McDermott, and Kayla O'Sullivan in 26th. That, unfortunately, was our entire list of classified finishers in a hectic T4 Senior race. Second heat for T4 Mini. As though we had a breakdown on the in lap. Oh no, sorry, that's the one that was pulled aside. That was Kayla O'Sullivan in number 414. She pulled aside earlier on. So Kayla, unfortunately, not getting to the checkered flag in that one. Raced T4 Junior last year, did Kayla O'Sullivan. So making the jump to T4 Senior in both Irish karting and here in the Euro Cup. That's your T4 Mini dummy grid that we're having a look at now. It was a great fight in the opening race of T4 Mini. Harley Burton took the win in this class earlier on this morning. It's going to be a shootout between himself and Jack Harney this weekend. It was a disappointing race really for Billy Green, who started third. Will start third again here, the Irish O-Plate winner. And a very popular driver within the paddock. Max van der Heuvel, the Dutch representee in this class. Very good race this morning, as we are looking at our modified recovery vehicle here in Kiltorcan. We're very creative with recovery vehicles here in karting in Ireland. One track has a not a Ford Transit, whatever the bigger version of the Ford van collection is, with a pallet out of the back of it for putting the carts on. That is the recovery vehicle in one of the circuits. Hopefully you're enjoying the action here on Saturday afternoon, folks, on Alpha Live. We are live from Kiltorcan Raceway, County Kilkenny. to see you all tuning in, watching along for the opening day of the second round of the T4 Euro Cup, the competition with the biggest prize in Tillotson karting history, €60,000. The top three in each class will be at the elusive T4 Nations Cup. The winner of every class across the campaign getting a brand new T4 package to race, which will be well appreciated, I'm sure. That's the recovery vehicle doing some off-roading. Heading back to the paddock. An extended paddock here in Kiltorcan as part of the renovations. A lot of teams setting up on the new bit, which is further away from the entrance gate. So if you drive into Kiltorcan, it looks like there's absolutely no one here. But trust me, there is some big teams here this weekend. The likes of PBR that you could just see in the background of that shot. Oran Henry Racing are here as well, as is Team Pit Parts, one of the biggest karting outfits in the world, and certainly the most successful coming from the Netherlands. But it's engines on for T4 Mini, and they are ready to go for their second heat of the afternoon. And Jack Harney will start on pole once again. You can see the starting grid now. 2-2-1, Jack Harney on pole alongside his rival Harley Burton in second. Billy Green in third ahead of Max van der Heuvel in fourth. And it is James Stafford Jr. in fifth ahead of Colin McMahon in sixth. Fran Garcia Herrera in seventh with Oisin O'Sullivan in eighth position. And unfortunately, only one on page two, and that is Stephen Doyle, who starts from ninth. So it should be an entertaining one. This one certainly was in T4 Mini. As Jack Harney and Harley Bruton fought it out. Harley with the better pace in the first heat, but both very close to each other when it comes to wheel-to-wheel racing. So they will get an additional warm-up lap. Good protocol this actually, because usually one warm-up lap around Kiltorcan here results in many starts for the grid being separated. It's not the most race start friendly circuit in the world, despite the longest straight, because of the twisty final sector. But the two warm-up laps, it gives them additional heat in the tyres, although with 43 degrees Celsius track temperature, they heat up the tyres quickly anyways. It gives them extra heat in the tyres and a more routine and regimented race start, which is what we all want. There's Billy Green, you can see in third, O-plate, Ayrton Senna-esque helmet, blue and orange race suit. He'll be looking to put the challenge to the front too. They had it a bit easy in the first heat. We didn't see any running from Stephen Doyle in the first race. Doesn't look like he's out there again, because we only have 8 on track there, 2x2 in Noah's Ark formation, where Stephen Doyle would be the 9th. Through the final corner then, in towards the tram lines, and now Jack Harney accelerates in through T1, and we go racing in T4 Mini, and that is a perfect right start for Jack Harney to box off Harley Bruton. But Bruton has got a good exit out of the first corner and is looking to make a move through the carousel. Great start for Van der Heuvel as well, off the second row, who's gone round the outside of Billy Green, and Billy Green now finds himself in 4th position. But it is Jack Harney who remains in the race lead, and Harley Bruton is in 2nd position. Green flags are waving, 8 drivers are racing, and we're all good on the opening lap here in Kiltorcan Raceway. Harley Bruton, look how close he is on the tail of Jack Harney. He is very patient when it comes to making his overtake stick, is very much aware that he's got 6 minutes plus a lap to produce the race winning move. but seems to be on the tail of Harney early here as they round through the final corner. Not many pulling off an overtake on that opening lap, unless your name is Max van der Heuvel, who's able to get up to third place, and the young Dutchman racing very well indeed so far this weekend. James Stafford Jr. was fast in heat number 1, but he's still behind Billy Green in 4th and 5th position. He will be trying to get past, but all attention on the front two, as it should be. Two of the fastest mini racers in the world. And Jack Harney was on the podium in the Nations Cup last year and is your championship leader in the mini Euro Cup standings after the win in South Garda. And through the final corner they stay, as they were once again. James Stafford Jr. pulls out a line behind on Billy Green. He's looking for 4th position, and goes down the inside, and there's a little bit of contact made between Billy Green and James Stafford Jr., but they stay in a straight line. You'll see them coming through shot there, yeah, very separated, but there was a little bit of contact made. James Stafford Jr. Just lifted the foot off the loud pedal as soon as he saw that little bit of contact and avoided another incident at the first corner. Smart and mature driving by James Stafford Jr., although motorsport runs in the family. His father a rally driver, or certainly involved in rally, from County Wexford. James Stafford, with 1 win in the Mini Championship in 2026, was able to take the win in Watergrass Hill. Now look at this, look at Harley Burton on the tail of Jack Harney, and Harney immediately goes defensive in for the first corner. First corner not ideal for a lunge up the inside. You want to just box it off perfectly and get the run for the long sweeping right-hander, and then a lunge in towards turn number 3 is probably going to be Harley Burton's approach here. No, it doesn't, backs off, and it is still Jack Harney in the race lead. A Miami Cadet winner, a T4 Mini winner. Harley Burton, a Rotax podium placer, as well as T4. Apologies, not doing Harley justice. A Rotax winner, won in the last round of RNC last year up in Nuts Corner, raced in the IGP as well, won the pre-final in last year's IGP, did Harley Burton. So Nuts Corner certainly a circuit he's familiar with. I imagine we'll be heading back up north to the IGP later on this year as well. But all attention turns now to the T4 Euro Cup, where Jack Harney is just controlling this one from the front so far. But this is the exact scenario we had earlier on today, where Jack Harney defended, and then Harley Burton, boom, picked his moment, job done. So that's what he'll be looking to do here again. Further down the order, as they run, it's Burton, van der Heuvel, as Harley Burton down the inside. No, not quite. Now on the outside of the next right-hander, but again, as I said at the top of the race, Harley is so patient and will wait for the right opportunity to pick his moment, and he's doing that so far. But as they run, it's van der Heuvel in 3rd, Billy Green, James Stafford, Colin McMahon, Fran Garcia Herrera and Oisin O'Sullivan. Stephen Doyle not out on the circuit. Still no joy for 4B Racing's Harley Burton. One of 3 Burton brothers here today, one of 4 who race go-karts. This is the corner where he tried it on the last lap. Won't go for it again though. And now there he goes down the inside, Harley Burton. Jack Harney goes for the switchback manoeuvre, but that was well placed by Harley, and Jack Harney will remain behind. It's exactly what happened in the first race. Harley Bruton waited patiently, picked his right moment, and pulled off a whirly to get in front of Jack Carney. What also happened in the first race, though, Harney got back in front briefly. He'll be looking to get back in front and remain in front here in heat number 2. And there he goes! Down the inside goes Jack Carney. Harley Bruton remains on the outside here. And oh, there's contact! Woo! Bruton wobbles, but just about remains straight. And they're still side by side, exiting the triple left-hander. And Jack Carney is back in front once again. Sensational racing. So close between the two. Literally rubbing side pod to wheel. There's now a gap between them. Last lap board is at the ready. Bruton only has one more lap to recover this. Has another heat, of course, coming up this afternoon. So it may well be enough to still take pole for the super heats. But wow, how close can you get to disaster without anything really happening? As Jack Carney leads us onto the last lap of this race. Harley Bruton in second, thought he was good as golden, but then Jack Carney with a monster lunge down the inside in towards turn number 3. And it's looking like he will remain in front here. So they'll split the spoils in the opening 2 heats. Max van der Heuvel is a lot closer to them than he was in the last heat. So that's a promising sign for the young Dutchman here. Was second in the opening round to Jack Carney. Harley Bruton not racing in South Garda. Sorry, he did, but it was typical Harley Bruton bad luck, unfortunately, as Jack Carney comes round to take the win in heat number 2. Harley Bruton in second, T4 Mini once again a cracker. Max van der Heuvel in third, then it's James Stafford Jr. in fourth, Billy Green in fifth, Cullen McMahon in sixth. Fran Garcia Herrera comes home in 7th. And then it'll be Oisin O'Sullivan in 8th, with no running, unfortunately, for Stephen Doyle. Yeah, that was a brilliant one in T4 Mini. Once again, the second youngest grade of carters here in Kiltorcan, providing us with some action. Next up on the dummy grid is T4 Junior. They'll be heading back out to the circuit shortly, and it was a good race in Junior once again earlier. Good race by the international drivers. It was Senna McLaughlin who took the win, but Ben Cosgrove and Harry Ward were very much on the pace. Expect them to be close once again. So you can see the pit lane, the T4 Mini racers coming in. And it's a wave in the air, and our junior grid heads to the circuit, led by O-Plate winner Jack Fingleton. As we'll run you through the order now. So front row of Jack Fingleton and Zach Battersby. Battersby and Ben O'Keefe, who starts 4th, making contact on the opening lap in heat number 1. Senna McLaughlin splits them and starts 3rd. Harry Ward starting in 5th ahead of Adrian Giel in 6th. Then it's Alexander Ibrahim in 7th with Jack Kennedy, who starts in 8th position. 9th place then Ben Cosgrove. Phenomenal race from him in heat 1 with Fernando Wheeler starting in 10th. Then it is Pablo Segura in 11th ahead of Wesley Bruton in 12th. Liam Borkall starts in 13th with Tyler the Pickle Paget in 14th. Saw some rooting for him earlier in the Alpha Live stream chat. Then it's further down the order, Rory O'Donovan in 17th, Max Cooling, Darren McMahon, and Nathan Strack. Warm-up laps being completed here. Senna McLaughlin once again has overtaken Zach Battersby on the warm-up lap. What sort of mind games is this? As Senna McLaughlin is starting in 3rd, he's very aware of the fact he's starting in 3rd because at the exact same point on the circuit, he has he's overtaken, or he's let Battersby back through. But Senna McLaughlin, his father used to race road cars as well back in the Phoenix Park races days. An Miami racer nowadays is Senna McLaughlin. Graduated from Mini and Cadet last year, racing in Junior Miami, and now obviously Junior Tillotson. Yeah, the mind games, the tactics in T4 Junior are coming out as they head down towards the tram lines. Fingleton on the inside, but keep an eye on that outside row. They made contact on the opening lap, but it's McLaughlin who pushes his way through now, and once again there's contact, and I don't believe it. It's Ben O'Keefe and Zach Battersby who are in the wall again. Who would have thought? There's two more who have gone off right in front of us here in the pit building. It is 371 that's gone off, as well as 308, and Alexander Ibrahim is one who's gone off. Ben O'Keefe able to rejoin here, but wow, and that's Harry Ward. His day is done. And it seems like we're slowing down here. We've yellows. Was all the drama for nothing? We have a red flag out on track. Driver's not too aware of it. Yeah, no, hands straight up, so doing not a bad job as we have a red flag here. Race leader Senna McLaughlin totally unaware of that fact. He's going to be in trouble for that. Mental madness. Zach Battersby and Ben O'Keefe into the wall at the first corner again. This time to absolutely no fault of their own, but it was just the two drivers that got picked up. That's Harry Ward's kart that you're looking at. Harry was involved in a collision as well. It was another, he got lifted on the rear and it bounced back down. But Harry and his team seem to think that he can continue. Races for X-Car, but representing pit parts here this weekend is Harry Ward. And now that card is being wheeled in now. Zach Battersby's race is done as well. As the stop engines message has been given. Under a red flag once again here at Kiltorcan Raceway for round 2 of the T4 Euro Cup. Zach Battersby having a chat with the medics, but Zach's fine, no issue, just protocol, of course. Zach's dad is with him now. I still can't believe Zach Battersby and Ben O'Keefe into the wall at the first corner. O'Keefe was able to continue crucially, so he's still in the running here. But yeah, what are the odds of that happening twice? Seems like it's some sort of technical fault, and we went racing when we really shouldn't have. And when I say we, I mean the junior field, who are so eager to go at any time. If you weren't with us at the top of the broadcast, my description of T4 Junior Ireland is that it's pandemonium. And you can put all the international drivers in the field that you'd like. It's still going to be absolute pandemonium. That's what we've had today. Unfortunately, the drivers are now subject to a stern talking to from the officials. This will be the longest few minutes of the driver's lives, unfortunately. As much as there's our media men, Paul Morgan and Shane Burke. to our broadcast director, Stuart. Thank you very much for showing that shot, because that is slagging material for the rest of the weekend for our other media members. Paul, who is lying on the ground sunbathing, is our videographer, and Shane doing the photos. Paul absolutely loves sunbathing at racetracks. Seems like we'll get going fairly soon. Drivers being told to return to their carts. None have taken off their helmets or anything, so that indicates that it won't be too much of a stoppage. Crazy race start once again. As we are having a look now at final checks being done, that's Tyler Brereton's cart. As is that supposed to do that? Probably. Nothing a cable tie can't fix. The blue suit you can see is of a PBR team here in Ireland. PBR greater than one. A lot of drivers in T4 Junior. So they'll get reshuffled up. We didn't complete a racing lap, so it's original grid spots once again. As there's assistant COC, Gary Manning, in the shorts and the orange high-vis. Gary responsible for the Bishop's Court motor races that happens once a year at the famous Bishop's Court racing circuit up north. Gary is the man behind all the magic there. And assistant COC for the Munster Car Club here this weekend. As Tyler Brereton did have a mechanic with him a second ago, but we made push his own cart now. Stennan McLaughlin stood at the front there in the high-vis.
This one is just normal to see.
I highly suspect he will be given a stern talking to from the stewards for missing the red flag. As we get another look at the mechanics and parents eagerly awaiting the start. That's the dummy grid, so that cart not supposed to be being, or maybe it is supposed to be in action, but it's not anyways. As there's the new Kiltorcan Raceway rental carts on the left hand side there, still in their pallet wrap. Same as the old ones. Sodies. So if you are in Ireland or planning a holiday to Ireland, make sure to check out the rental karting here at Kiltorcan Raceway. It's a really good track, really fun to drive, and the battling is great, even in the rentals. They do add a chicane on the main straight. I mean, the karts would just be maxing out come turn one, and you'd have that horrible revving noise that scares the life out of anyone if they didn't, but the chicane's quite fun. Reminiscent of La Piscine, the swimming pool at the Monte Carlo Grand Prix circuit. Sure, you can watch a hot lap or two during the red flags. We're not going anywhere here on Alpha Live. We'll have the rest of the heats broadcast today, as well as our super heats and final tomorrow. And it's good to see Paul Morgan has actually sat up off the ground at Marshall's Post 4. Oh, now standing up. We are getting ready to go racing once again. Great news if you're Ben O'Keefe, because he doesn't have Zach Battersby behind him now. He may actually make it for the first corner. Not that it's really been Zach's fault, but it's been Zach that's piled into Ben actually, when he did hit the wall at the start of that heat once again, kind of just turned to Zach and just threw up both hands in it like a come here sort of emotion. Ben O'Keefe from Carrick Unsure, racing for Oren Henry Racing. Ben usually wears a Max Verstappen-esque helmet. A Senna McLaughlin's now overtaking Ben O'Keefe, fair enough. But he's wearing a golden helmet that he picked up in the RMC Golden Helmet race here at Kiltorcan Raceway last year. What was his most recent win until last week. But Ben, fourth in the 2025 T4 Junior Championship last year. He raced in the Nations Cup and was the biggest mover in the final. We saw him cut through the field earlier on today. Kind of wants to avoid doing that for the rest of the weekend, but needs must. Is Senna McLaughlin back in position now? Yeah, he is. So we're still going to get the full race, 8 minutes plus 1 lap. We are unfortunately running about 50 minutes behind schedule, but more karting action. So we are going to go side by side. It's a full race restart. So we are back into the tram lines, and it will be Jack Fingleton and Ben O'Keefe once again down towards the first corner. Senna McLaughlin pushing Fingleton, contact, and it is Ibrahim who hits the back of Senna McLaughlin. Ben O'Keefe's made it through. Miracles do happen, but he is down to 4th position, and Senna McLaughlin is looking for the race lead. Senna did hit the rear bumper of Jack Fingleton and almost went up on top of it, but they are both A-OK. And it was Alexander Ibrahim who was involved in contact there as well. Ben O'Keefe now in 4th, and we have more contact, and someone, the whole front of their car has ended up on their lap. One of the PBR racers, and he's trying to get that fixed and get back restarted. And that is Nathan Strang, who is the PBR man involved in that. Someone else down towards the back as well. Good problems, but we continue on, and Nathan Strang will play no further part in this, unfortunately. Senna McLaughlin and Jack Fingleton will, though, and Jack Fingleton leads in towards turn number 1, but McLaughlin in 2nd. Nathan Strang still trying to get that car going, but does need to get out of that zone, unfortunately. Local yellows are in place. It's Fingleton, McLaughlin, Ibrahim, O'Keefe, your running order. Then it's Fernando Wheeler, the savvy Guatemalan who has worked his way up 5 places to 5th, ahead of Adrian Gale, although Gale's lost a spot now to Ben Cosgrove, who's also a fast racer through the field. So Adrian Gale is behind Ben Cosgrove now. That's the other driver involved in that Nathan Strang incident, I think, was Dylan McMahon. Still no change at the front though, side by side. That's Cosgrove and Gale. And the 2 PBR teammates working their way through. There goes Adrian Gale. It's Pablo Segura who they overtook. Behind the Spaniard. Segura from Murcia, Spain, racing for Monleu Motul. It's a warning from the timing to Ben Cosgrove about his transponder. So Ben, if you're watching this back after the race, please put your transponder on. Race 3, Paul Grogan of Timing.ie will not be happy with you. All single file into the first corner this time round for the first time really, and it is a snake that heads all the way back to Rory O'Donovan in his 16th. Rory with arguably the most Irish name in the field, but is representing the United States here. A usual racer for Mike Doughty Racing, the man who races at Oakland Valley Race Park in the state of New York. More commonly associated with road tax racing, but was here at the T4 Euro Cup this weekend. Now Senna McLaughlin tries to lunge down the inside. Doesn't work out. Has to wait. And McLaughlin is on the inside here. And Jack Fingleton, he's lost 1, he's lost 2, he could well lose 3. And Alexander Ibrahim is going for the race lead. The Dutchman now putting the pressure on Senan McLaughlin, the lone man, in towards the first corner. Fingleton didn't lose the position to O'Keefe in the end, so Ben O'Keefe is still in 4th. And now Jack Fingleton once again trying to get past Alexander Ibrahim. Feels he has the pace for a race win here in the remaining 4 minutes plus 1 lap, but not able to get past number 308 of Alexander. Of Hengelo, the Netherlands, racing here for Team Pit Parts. Was second in the opening round of this competition. A couple of movers and shakers. Our American drivers are doing A-OK and gaining a couple of spots. Liam Borkall, Roman Cullen. Pickle, as he's known as, Tyler Paget, is down in 13th. Tyler Greer, who is under a lot of pressure from the cart behind. That is Liam Borkall, another one of our United States drivers. Through the hairpins once again. Senan McLaughlin's lead remains untouched. He won the opening heat here, but he had the 2 British drivers behind him, Ben Cosgrove and Harry Ward. Ward out of this one, so a strong race needed in heat 3 for Ben, or for Harry, sorry. He'll be in the mid-pack likely in the super heats when it all sort of averages out. Messy T4 junior heat so far, so there's still a lot of opportunities, but Senan McLaughlin is doing exactly what he has to start up the front come tomorrow. And Cosgrove, fastest lap in this race as well. There's still monster pace from the T4 junior UK championship leader. Senan McLaughlin performing very well here in Kiltorcan. Leads with 1:40 left plus 1 lap on the clock. Alexander Ibrahim, though, fastest lap of the race. Number 308 is pushing. Number 308 fancies beating McLaughlin here in this heat. And Alexander Ibrahim had a strong result in the first race as well, the Dutchman. Ah, it's a Spider-Man helmet he has on. That's cool. I thought it was just red, but you can see the Spider-Man on Alexander Ibrahim's helmet. As it has been a marvellous weekend for him so far. I don't even know if Spider-Man is Marvel, but I'm sure someone will find that funny. As 3rd place, Jack Fingleton is still with these top 3. Ibrahim and McLaughlin start fighting. That could allow Fingleton back into this one. Jack Fingleton from County Kildare, PBR Racing. 2 wins last year in the T4 Mini Championship. So this is the battle behind. It's the battle for 4th between Ben O'Keefe and Ben Cosgrove. 2 Bens. O'Keefe in front, Cosgrove in 2nd. In that fight, 4th and 5th overall. Still no change at the lead. Once again, they are just about going to miss an extra lap. So last lap board will be shown this time round. Senan McLaughlin just has to remain in front for 1 more, and he will take 2nd in this one. That's a great run out of the first corner for Alexander Ibrahim and for Jack Fingleton. Fingleton's more likely to take 2nd here than the Dutchman is to take 1st. Jack Fingleton with the track knowledge. They try to remain in front, but Senna McLaughlin defends in through the left-hander. And Spider-Man Ibrahim behind. Launch a move down the inside. For the hairpins anyways. Ben Cosgrove, can he get past Ben O'Keefe? No, he can't quite. It is going to be Super Senna McLaughlin on front once again here in heat number 2. It's going to be close to the line, mind you, but it will be Senna McLaughlin who takes the race win. Alexander Ibrahim comes home in second and Fingleton in third. Ben O'Keefe has Ibrahim fastest lap on the last lap. Shows you how much he was pushing. Excellent performance by the second place man. Senna McLaughlin 2 from 2. What a start he's had here in Kiltorcan Raceway. As your full results, it is Senna McLaughlin on top once again. We have Alexander Ibrahim, Jack Fingleton in third, Ben O'Keefe in fourth, then Ben Cosgrove in fifth, Adrian Giel in sixth, and Jack Keneally in seventh. And the wheeler, Pablo Segura in the top 10. In ninth, head of Wesley Brereton in 10th, then Tyler Pageant in 11th, head of Roman Poulin in 12th, Lee Ball in 13th, with Rory O'Donovan coming home in 14th position. Tiernan O'Connor in 15th, Max Cooling, and Deireadh McMahon. Unfortunately, we lost Nathan Strang, Zach Battersby, and Harry Ward in that one. So up next is more racing action from Kiltorcan Raceway in the T4 Euro Cup. And it is our T4 Masters, or 166. So a little bit of a track hold, nothing major. We're getting an ambulance back into position. And then we'll go racing once again. Still lots to come here at Kiltorcan for the second round of the T4 Euro Cup, including our live stream here on Alpha Live tomorrow. You do not want to miss that one. It was domination in the earlier T4 Masters race from Valerio Prundi. As they're going to get going now. It was disappointing for Antonio Yule, who didn't get started and stopped at that point there. Didn't this time round though, so Antonio will be taking the start in normal fashion. Valerio Prandi on pole, and it's Adrian Somoza Ortiz in second, who held off a fast Luke Kavanagh. He starts from third. Disappointing start for Colin Munnelly earlier on, but he'll start fourth here. Then Luke Hoonstra in fifth, and it's Antonio Yule in sixth, Marco Padrana in seventh, Scott Garvey starts from eighth. Ninth is Peter McBride ahead of Roberto Zaltieri in 10th position. Aaron Doyle starts from 11th. Small grid of Masters, but was an entertaining one earlier nonetheless. Be interesting to see if anyone can challenge Brandy. He's on pole by a 10th and a half, so he's not untouchable. But the man who looked like he could challenge was Luke Kavanagh rather than Adrian Ortiz. Start rounding through the final corners. pole sitter. Valerio Brandi, 5th in the... Sorry, not 5th in the opening round, won the opening round. Marco Pedrana was 5th in the opening round. From Cremona, Italy. A man who has shared the circuit with a multiple Formula 1 race winner, Daniel Ricciardo, in the past. Hasn't needed to use any of Ricciardo's dive bomb tactics because he's led from the front all day. Let's see if that can change. Can Adrian Somoza Ortiz throw a challenge? And he's gone off the line very well as Ortiz, but Brandi will challenge in towards turn number 1, and Luke Kavanagh's nudged through, and Luke Hoekstra, excellent start. Colin Munnelly hops over the curbs once again on the outside. Not an ideal start from Colin Munnelly, but Luke Kavanagh was up to second place and challenging the Italian in through turn number 1, but he's gone to the outside. That's forced him wide. That's allowed Adrian Ortiz back through, and Luke Hoekstra, oh no, Hoekstra's pulled off. It's not Luke that's gone through. Problems very early on here in this one. As green flag still waving, we're still racing. Luke Kavanagh under pressure from behind, and it is Adrian Ortiz who's with Brandi, and oh, big dive down the inside, contact made. That's a massive lunge. Huge one by Marco Pedrana, the Mazzotti Corsa team driver, and that was very close to going wrong. It was Luke Hoekstra who pulled off, the Dutch student from Amheim, the Netherlands. Had a great race earlier on, but no joy here in this one. Valerio Brandi looks rather slow here, and I don't mean his driving. His kart looks like it almost has a problem. Just hasn't got the kick out of the corners the same way it did earlier. You'll see here, nothing really wrong with that, but certainly Adrian Ortiz has figured out something. Oh, that's gone wrong for Brandi. That's not to do with an engine, that's a driver problem. And he spun entering the hairpin. And your race leader, Valerio Brandi, has made a horrid error here at the start of the T4 Masters. Spaniard Adrian Ortiz leads for the first time in the Republic of Ireland. And there is Roberto Zaltieri, who is picking his kart out of the wall. Not a good lap for the Italians, as Adrian Ortiz leads ahead of Luke Kavanagh in second. Marco Pedrana, big lunge down the inside. How did that pay off? Well, he's up to third. Pedrana was right on the pace of the Irish guys come the final last week when he raced in the National Championship. He's quicker than all of them but Luke Kavanagh this week, in Heat 2, it seems. Although Colin Munnelly just hasn't gone up to the pace that he's shown here in the past. Colin Munnelly with one of the most impressive championship wins in Irish T4 Senior 168 last season. Was trailing Niall Hurson in the standings, came into the final weekend, won all heats and the final, and took fastest lap at pole and took all the points, maximum sweep, won the championship, went to Valencia, podium in the Nations Cup, bish bash bosh. What a season it was for Colin Munnelly, but he's got work on his hands to do here because he is behind Marco Pedrana in heat number 2, and there he is. There's Colin Munnelly, and Colin Munnelly is still in 4th as a black and orange flag is being shown for that's Valerio Brandi. So it gets even worse for the round 1 winner and for the heat 1 winner, the Leo 71 driver. And oh, there's someone in the wall, and that's a big dent in the wall. And that is the exact point at where Zaltieri had to pick his kart out of the barrier. And that was Aaron Doyle who went off, I think. Or was it Colin Munnelly? Sorry, timing screen jumping around a little bit. It was Colin Munnelly who went off. Number 501. This is a rare off weekend for Colin Munnelly, it seems, so far, but he's got a lot of time to turn it around. Maybe not in this heat, but certainly come heat 3 and the finals. But here's your race leader, Adrian Ortiz, who is under pressure from Luke Kavanagh, just like he was in heat number 1. The difference now is they're fighting for the win. It was for second place, it was for best of the rest, as Valerio Brandi looked untamable in heat number 1, but tamed himself, unfortunately, in this one with the spin at the turn 11 hairpin down towards the first corner. Luke Kavanagh not able to make a move. New to the Masters 168 scene is Luke Kavanagh after racing in the senior class. And the father and son team really want to win this weekend. Felt they were aggrieved of a win. So there's Prandy coming into the pit lane, and terrible heat 2 for Valeria Prandy. It's a fall from grace, unfortunately. Luke Kavanagh on the bumper. Very hard to overtake in the Masters class in Kiltorcan. That was a horrid racing line from Luke Kavanagh, unfortunately, and ran very wide. So that invites Marco Pedrana back into the picture. And Marco Pedrana having a great heat 2 here. 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. But when you're as close as this, it can all change in the blink of an eye. Ortiz still staying in front with 2 minutes to go, plus 1 lap here. And Luke Kavanagh still doing everything that he can to try and find a way through. What a battle it's been between these two all day. I imagine it'll continue throughout the weekend. Luke Kavanagh's got a good run on him, pushing him almost through the first corner. Can't quite get in front. 11th in the senior class in Ireland last season it was for Luke Kavanagh. He was 3rd in junior in 2024. He's raced the new class for the last 3 years, but he's taken to it like a duck to water. He's podiumed before at the KT Cup, which is the Kiltorcan Cup here at Kiltorcan Raceway, a season opener event, if you will, which features Tillotson racing. Still rounding in here through the chicane. Still Adrian Ortiz in the race lead with Luke Kavanagh chasing, but Marco Pedrana of Mazzotti Corsa right behind on their tail. 5th in the opening round was Marco Pedrana. The opening round of the championship, that is, had a strong heat 1. Adrian Ortiz didn't have the best of times in South Garda. He wasn't classified in the final. Was a top 20 finish in the Nations Cup, though, for the Spaniard. CD Karting Servetti Racing. This is a really good defensive performance so far. Luke Kavanagh, is he running out of ideas? Adrian Ortiz is driving white line to white line in what is a lesson to all kart racers across the globe, that this is how you defend your race lead when the pace might not be there. The faster lap of the two belongs to Luke Kavanagh, but Adrian Ortiz is putting the kart in the right spot, using all of the track and staying in front. Last lap here in Heat 2 of the T4 Masters, and Luke Kavanagh looking for the inside, but it's not worked, and Ortiz, he's ran a little bit wide. He's finally left the door a tad bit open for Luke Kavanagh, and Marco Pedrana is involved in the fight as well, and Marco Pedrana looking to go down the inside but can't quite make it work. Luke Kavanagh's race win chances could well be gone here as Marco Pedrana tried to sneak a second place. That's cost Kavanagh the opportunity, and Luke Kavanagh just could not find a way through. In for the hairpin, and it will go the way of Ortiz bar any dramas. Luke Kavanagh sent it into there. Unbelievable speed. It won't cost him on the exit either, because Marco Pedrana was a little bit off it. Down the main straight. It'll be a drag towards the line, but it'll go in the hooks of Adrian Ortiz. Brilliant win for the Spaniard. Capitalised oh so well on Valerio Prandi's mistake when he spun under pressure. And Ortiz takes heat number 2. Luke Kavanagh, fair play to Luke, made that an entertaining contest. Race win just wasn't to be. So it will be Adrian Somoza Ortiz who takes the race win, ahead of Luke Kavanagh in second position. Marco Padrana on the podium, almost took second and third. Antonio Yul, a drama-free heat, which is just what the karting doctor ordered in fourth. Scott Garvey in fifth, Peter McBride in sixth, Colin Munnelly in seventh, Aaron Doyle in eighth, ahead of Roberto Zaltieri in ninth. Valerio Brandi, unfortunately, ending his race in the pit lane. So a brief pause in the racing action, folks, as our Bambino karts will be back out for practice once again. Be a little bit of kart recovery though, as that is Luke Moonstra's machine. A lovely look once again at sunny Kiltorcan Raceway, as we are just waiting on our last driver to come into the pit lane. As our Bambinos will get out once again for their second practice of the day. The Bambinos will be in racing action tomorrow, folks, if you are waiting on some dramatic and entertaining Bambino fighting. You may be thinking, how can 5-year-olds produce an entertaining kart race? Well, trust me, they can. It's Bambino karting across the world, not just limited to Ireland. Certainly not just limited to Ireland. So track repairs at Marshall Post 4, which is turn 12 hairpin. We had a couple of drivers hit that actually. Roberto Zaltieri was one, and Colin Munnelly is suspected to be the other. Having a look at the parents of the Bambino racers. The gentleman in the McLaren shirt is Kieran Hannon and Emerson Hannon's dad. As part of me secretly hopes that other gentleman with the earpiece has the earpiece solely for the Bambino class, but I can't imagine that's the case. It would be quite funny if it was, but I can't imagine that is the case. Tillotson Racing, of course, in partnership with Maxxis Racing, the tire providers. As we have another look at Paul Morgan, who definitely isn't appreciating this camera time. Absolutely no idea he is on the broadcast. There's no music playing. That's the hard-working Kiltorcan team. That's a bit of a go-kart. It's a nice souvenir for the Marshal. And now you can hear the faint noise of the Tillotson engine grumble. And that means the Bambinos are back out on circuit, led by Hugo Battersby and Darren Fitzgibbon. This is a 10-minute practice session, folks, so no racing. Well, no planned racing. They could well still go side by side a few times. 10-minute practice session for the Bambinos to get some running on the circuit. They will be racing tomorrow, so fear not, we will get some Bambino action tomorrow. So Emerson Hannon leading Hugo Battersby in the practice session. Hannon in the number 107. One driver we didn't talk about earlier on was Elijah Hartensberg, number 116, first year novice. A big racing fan is Elijah. His puppy, or his dog. Not too sure the age of the dog, but named Lando, after Formula 1 World Champion Lando Norris. Emerson Hannon, obviously, named after Emerson Fittipaldi. A couple of racing names appearing in and amongst the Bambino grid. Oh, Hugo Battersby, very wide there, but that's what practice is for. It's the 10 minutes will start when they cross the line this time round. Great fighting amongst these three, as we've come to expect. But, 9 minutes to go here in this practice for the team for Bambinos. Then we'll have senior and the rest of the rotation crew for their third heat. So this is the last of the Bambino action for the day. We've got some entertainment action coming up soon here on Alpha Live. Tillotson T4 Euro Cup. Darragh Fitzgibbon fastest in the Bambino practice so far by 0.5 of a second, so Darragh Fitzgibbon really picking up the times throughout the day. From County Clare and a proud member of the Clare Motor Club. 2 wins in the MI Championship so far. So the one Bambino who we haven't highlighted today is number 107 of Ollie Keneally, the younger brother of Jack Keneally. We've mentioned in a few of the races today. Has had a win this year in the Boy Karting Championship, the Boy Karting Circuit here in the Republic of Ireland. Did have one win here last year in Kiltorcan in this Bambino Championship. There's Ollie. It's a very old school Lewis Hamilton helmet that Ollie has, isn't it? It's sort of 2017 Hamilton versus, well, it was versus Lando Norris helmet, Hugo Battersby, but he's pulled into the pits. The remarkable thing is, mentioning 2017 Lewis Hamilton, Ollie Keneally wasn't born when Lewis Hamilton won the World Championship in 2017. Sorry for scaring some of you who are watching along, it scares me too. Great look at Ollie's racing lines now. No pressure, Ollie, on the big screen. Darragh Fitzgibbon now fastest in this session by 7/10 of a second. 105.3 Fitzgibbon's last lap, 106 flat for Emerson Hanna. The thing about Bambinos is their lap times do fall off significantly towards the end of the session. Georgie Greer has still improved though. The track usage has slightly changed here, of course, with the addition of the extra runoffs on the curbs. Those green bits that you can see weren't here a few weeks ago. They were a new addition for event 6 of the Motorsport Ireland Kart Championships, and of course for today's and tomorrow's T4 Euro Cup event. A lot of work has gone into the Kiltorcan circuit here, which is fantastic, excellent. It is a brilliant advertisement for Irish karting so far this weekend, and for European karting. A lot of these stars you will see at the Nations Cup come the end of the year. Emerson Hannon had a bit of an unfortunate Nations Cup. He actually fractured his wrist during the competition. It was disappointing, the young Tim Murray racer. Not on to go in this Bambino practice. T4 Senior coming up after this, and it's been a mixed day for T4 Senior. While we've had some brilliant racing, unfortunately we had some unfortunate incidents as well. So hopefully a clean heat 3 to bring us to the super heats tomorrow. Georgie Greer still finding time. He was in the 108s, but has just set a 106.8. So much improved for young Georgie Greer. So, checkered flag is out for the Bambinos. This will be their last lap before we return to our racing heats and heat 3 of each of our respective classes. There is Emerson Hannon to bring us. So, a lovely little picture there, and you might be thinking, ooh, what's going on? There's already a talking to for the next race up. It's been T4 flight school, unfortunately, in the senior class. A race without incident. Yes, please. Be just what the doctor ordered. So, a stern warning. Big shot across the bows of the T4 Senior drivers. A lot with helmet on, trying to ignore for the most part. There's Stein Hansen and Noah Rosser. On the left-hand side, Tyler Bruton there in the blue with what looks very FIA coloured suit, but that is the new scheme of 4B racing. There we're still just getting our Bambinos home on their in-lap. As I was going to say no one stopped, but it's a bottle of water run. If they want to drop one by the commentary box, they're more than welcome. But a bottle of water run on what is a very hot day. Once again, I have to reiterate, by Irish standards, if you are Spanish or Italian watching along, we are very much aware that this is nothing for you, but we are not a people that are used to the hot weather. Certainly if you're Noah Rosser, this is absolutely nothing. Growing up racing in Florida. As thankfully our Alpha Live crew are being looked after. Our camera crew getting a sup of water handed out as well. It's a great crew here at Kiltorcan. The track ran by the Holland family for the last 30 years. With Anthony Holland at the helm now, a racer himself. hope the water's been in the fridge. It'll be very warm otherwise. As I do love the fact that he's taking the racing line. Like, that's an apex. We need a confirmation coming through to the boot here that the water is in fact nice and cold, but I think you may have been concerned about the state of the water, and this is really commentary straight out of half 4 on a day of racing. We will have senior action coming up very shortly here in Kiltorcan. As oh, has it made it? Yeah, there we go. Water has been given to another one of our Alpha Live crew. Unfortunately, the driver of the pickup golf cart may not make a baseball team roster. As a round of applause being given to our Kiltorcan crew as the medical truck completes its hot lap, or cold lap. And now it's finally time for some T4 senior racing. I wonder if is this something that happens in the Dutch circuits as well. But certainly, it's been a good day for Ilan Meurs, who took the win in heat number 2. He starts alongside Stein Hansen on the front row. Noah Rosser and Yermo Zanen third and fourth, with Bram Usawada in 5th. Brian Wilson will start from 6th position, with Jack Mackenzie Smith in 7th and Joe Bechtold in 8th. 9th goes to Robert Butler. Luke Palmer then in 10th, and Dermot Toomey in 11th. Jake King Brunel in 12th, with Warren Russell in 13th. Josh Allen 14th, Henry Bell in 15th, and Matt Wileman in 16th place. Adam Butler in 17th, and Cahan McClellan, Tyler Bruton, Justin Clerk, Max O'Neill, Elijah Mooney, Samuel Harris, and Ben McNulty. And finally, Julia Milanese, Amelie Ackett, Kayla O'Sullivan, Ben Deasy, Isabella McDermott, and Sophie Dossey. Of course, just to point out that Robert Butler not taking to the circuit. He was due to start 9th, but won't be after an earlier incident. It was a bad crash at turn 1 for Robert Butler, and we hope he's doing well. Yeah, won't be making the start here for T4C. So we're rounding in towards the tram lines for our 3rd T4 senior heat of the day. It is Ilan Meurs and Stein Hansen on the front row, but can Noah Rosser have the start of dreams that he got in heat number 1 as we go racing in senior once again? And it is a cracking start from Florida's Noah Rosser in through turn number 1, and Ilan Meurs is under pressure already. Mackenzie Smith gets past Brian Wilson in the fight for 5th as they head down towards the hairpin. No moves being made by the front pack, but it is Ilan Meurs who leads the Dutchman, and it is Noah Rosser in 2nd position. Stein Hansen from 2nd down to 3rd, and then it is Yermo Zanen, I should say, behind. And hop over the curb for Mackenzie Smith, and that's sorry, apologies. Yeah, it is for Mackenzie Smith. And Jack Mackenzie Smith, I think, has just overtaken one of our Dutch racers, but we'll get confirmation at the timing screen. Here they come down towards the first corner, and it is Elan Muirs who still leads. Noah Rosser in second position, and then they're all bunched up further down the pack. As Robert Butler, he's on the timing screen and has made it out. As though we've someone down at the hairpin. Timing screen is a little bit funny if you're watching at home, folks, not quite representing what we're seeing out on circuit, but it is Elan Muirs leading Noah Rosser in second. Now heading through, and that's Noah Rosser in front, I believe. Coming through the final corner, it is, so Noah Rosser leads once again in Kiltorcan, and Elan Muirs has fallen down to second position, and yeah, now we're getting accurate readings. Stein Hansen, and it is Jack Mackenzie Smith in fourth position. And Robert Butler is in fifth. Robert Butler landed head first about an hour ago. Well, a little bit more, about 2 hours ago. He landed head first, had a go-kart on top of him, and his leg was at a 90-degree angle. He's in fifth. He's ahead of Brian Wilson, the up-plate winner. What a remarkable young man. Luke Palmer in seventh, Joe Bechtold in eighth position. Noah Rosser still in the race lead though, and now they're heading through, and that's Brian Wilson on the tail of his Irish Championship rival. And it's Rosser who leads Muirs, who leads Hansen in through the first corner. Oh, Noah Rosser under a lot of pressure now from the pole sitter Elan Muirs in for the right-hander, not able to make the move just yet. The number 441 staying in front. Joe Bechtold running in seventh, has just got past Luke Palmer. So Joe Bechtold ahead of 403 Palmer now. Good move by the Dutchman. The non-pit parts Dutchman. Joe Bechtold racing for Alex Dempsey Racing, but races for them here in Ireland regularly. As that is actually Robert Butler in fifth. I'm in disbelief that he's made it out. And that is a real feel-good story here in T4 Senior. As Elan Muirs sets the fastest lap of the race, but not quite able to get ahead of Noah Rosser. Here's Brian Wilson, you're looking at pristine white helmet. Definitely gave it a clean before today, that's for sure. Running the O plate, Robert Butler right behind him. Robert Butler, one race this win. One race this win. One race win this season. A man who started out racing on his PlayStation on the Assetto Corsa game. Loved it. Thought he was quick at it. Decided, I'm going to give the real thing a go. And started Tillotson karting, and now absolutely is a warrior. Noah Rosser still under pressure, but is doing an excellent job to soak it all in and spit it all back out at them. And Jack Mackenzie Smith has the fastest lap of the race. He's in fourth. It is fantastic to have an Irish driver involved with the front crew. No bias at all. But the Dutchies and Noah Rosser are being put under pressure by one of the finer proteges of Irish Tillotson Racing. Tim Murray Racing's Jack Mackenzie Smith. It's another fastest lap for Mackenzie Smith, and he's now starting to put the pressure on Stein Hansen. But there goes Elan Muirs down the inside. He's ahead of Noah Rosser, and that now puts Hansen offline. Can Mackenzie Smith find a way through? No, not quite. But the pole sitter is back in the race lead, and now Noah Rosser has to try and answer. Four at the front of this final heat of T4 Senior for today. In fifth is Brian Wilson. He's fighting with Robert Butler and Luke Palmer, two drivers who he will be very familiar with. But all our attention is on the fight for the top four. They all bunch up into the turn 3 hairpin once again. One of the incidents involved Jermo Zanen, who started on the front row because he has just set the fastest lap, but he is down in 22nd position. So not a good race, unfortunately, for Jermo Zanen. Matt Wildman is down in 9th as well, but he's ahead of Warren Russell, who he was fighting with a few moments ago. They snake their way through the final hairpin, the final real exit. It's been a decent race for Giulia Milanese as well. She's up to 20th place, the Italian racer from Verona, Italy. Usually races Sodis rather than Tillotsons, but having a decent weekend here so far in Kilkenny. Stein Hansen responds with the fastest lap. He's in the third place runner in this one. It's Elan Muirs in front, Noah Rosser, Stein Hansen, and then Kildare's Jack Mackenzie Smith. It's the beauty of international karting, isn't it? Race leader Elan Muirs from the Netherlands. Noah Rosser grew up in Florida. And then you have a lad from the Sticks down in fourth. Matt Wildman ahead of Joe Bechtold now. He's up to 8th place. So Matt Wildman slowly making ground. A wily old fox Wildman from Warrington in the UK. A town typically associated with rugby league and newly Luke Littler. But as we head on to the last lap, it could well become known for Matt Wildman and his karting success. Elan Muirs is doing an excellent job at the front of this one, but you just feel like Noah Rosser hasn't had his say yet, and he will try to here on the final lap. It's a brilliant exit down towards the hairpin. Rosser will know that he's got a fantastic starting position in his back pocket for the superheats tomorrow. So will Elan Muirs. But Elan Muirs has run wide, and Noah Rosser is able to sneak through, and the American's ahead on the last lap here in Kiltorcan. Noah Rosser will finally end the day with a win, and Stein Hansen's gone through, as has Jack Mackenzie Smith, and Mackenzie Smith is on the tail of Hansen now, fighting for the final podium place. That'll be that. It'll be Noah Rosser who will take the checkered flag, looks behind him, cannot believe the gap, and Noah Rosser is in first position, Hansen second, Jack Mackenzie Smith in third. So there is going to be an Irishman on the senior heat podiums to end the day. And what was a great race by all in the top four. But Noah Rosser on the last lap capitalised on what was a mistake from Elan Muirs, his fellow pit parts runner. As our final drivers just coming home now. First T4 senior race of the day without a red flag, thankfully. And it was won by the ace, Noah Rosser. Stein Hansen comes home in second, Jack Mackenzie Smith in third, Elan Muirs in fourth, Brian Wilson in fifth, Robert Butler in sixth, Luke Palmer in seventh, and Matt Wildman in eighth, Warren Russell in ninth, Joe Bechtold in 10th, Cam McClellan comes home in 11th, Henry Bell in 12th, and Max O'Neill and Justin Clerk in 13th and 14th. Tyler Bruton comes home in 15th with Josh Allen in 16th ahead of Dermot Toomey, Bram Usawada, and it was Amelie Ackett, Samuel Harris, Ben McNulty, Giulia Milanese ahead of Adam Butler, Jake King-Bonnell, Elijah Mooney, Kayla O'Sullivan, and Sophie Dossie in 27th with Isabel McDermott and Ben Deasy rounding this out. So that is unfortunately T4 Senior done for today, but of course we will have 2 more T4 Senior races tomorrow. I think it's wide open, folks. I don't know about you, but I really couldn't put a name to the favourite position. 3 different winners today. Excellent. So, Mini now. And it is Jack Harney who is on pole with Harley Burton in second. The spoils have been split in Mini as well. Then Billy Green in third, Max van der Heuvel in fourth. James James Stafford Jr. in 5th, Cullen McMahon in 6th, and Fran Garcia Herrera and Oshino Sullivan in 8th place. Stephen Doyle, suspected to start in 9th. I believe he will start this race. No, maybe not. Yeah, we only have 8 out on track, so no Stephen Doyle, unfortunately, once again. So, will it be Harney, will it be Burton, or will a new opponent enter the competition? It's been two-way traffic at the front. There has been a third driver with them all the time, but hasn't been able to make an impact. It was Max van der Heuvel in 2nd race, James Stafford Jr. in 1st. Once again, the award for quickest two-year grid formation definitely goes to T4 Mini, who have always been in formation before the chicane at turn 9 and 10. Formation once again here. Jack Harney on the inside of the first corner, Harley Burton on the outside. Harley Burton loves a move around the outside of the first corner. He hasn't pulled one off today. I think this could be the one, as Harney, Burton lead their respective track lines, and Harley Burton is looking for it around the outside. Harley Burton's done it! He's pulled off his move, and the 4B man is into the race lead ahead of Jack Harney. I don't want to say I told you so, but what a move for Burton. He's under pressure though, and Harney's back down the inside, and Jack Harney is back in front. So all the jubilations of Harley Burton finally pulling off his classic move have been short-lived, as Max van der Heuvel is able to get past Billy Green once again in the battle for 3rd, and Green very wide. James Stafford Jr.'s got to try and get past as well, but not quite able to do so. And the front two are off and away, and it's a 2-horse race at the front once again, as Jack Harney leads Harley Burton. It was such a brave move around the outside from Harley Burton. The outside curves that we were speaking about at the top of the broadcast, if you were with us, are almost the size of a T4 mini kart, and he just pointed it at them, went for them, and just about stayed on. But it matters not, because Jack Harney still leads here in T4 Mini. Burton is right in the tail, in towards the hairpin. Down the inside goes Harley Burton. Jack Harney tries to pull the switchback. He's gone the long way around the outside for the triple left-hander, and Harley Burton just about holds on. It's such a difficult move to pull off, the one that Harney was trying to do so, and just unfortunately wasn't able to do it. But Harley Burton is in the lead here, and Harley Burton, it's a lot more animated Harley Burton in terms of the way he's driving the go-kart. Just wants to get this one done, no hanging about. Get a second win on the board today, and you'll have a really good starting spot for tomorrow. In through the final corner now. Jack Harney is on the tail of the 4B Racing man once again. Behind, Billy Green and James Stafford are keeping up with Max van der Heuvel, but Billy Green has ran wide for the first corner, and James Stafford Jr. is trying to go the long way about it. Look at Jack Harney on the rear bumper of Harley Burton. A little bit of a mistake there for Harley Burton, but he should be able to hold on for the next corner. It's not really an overtaking opportunity. Yes, there's people who say every corner is an overtaking corner, but there's somewhere it's just unrealistic to pull it off. You'd be better off staying behind. And the long, the fast left-hander at turn 7, I should say. Here at Kiltorcan is one of those corners. Through the chicane, Harley Burton leads it. Oh, side by side behind. And that is Billy Green, James Stafford, and van der Heuvel's fight. So it was the second place man with the fastest lap on the last lap. Jack Carney. Still no changes in position around the field. Behind Stafford is McMahon, Herrera and Oisin O'Sullivan. And oh, mistake for Harley Brereton. Mistake for Brereton. And Jack Harney is now around the outside of Harley. And it's Harney versus Harley down towards the first corner. It will be Harley Brereton who will remain in front. And oh, a little bit of contact. A little bit of contact at the apex. And that has spread open the gap a little bit. So Harley Brereton now has a little bit of breathing room for the first time today, really. James Stafford pushing to try and get past Billy Green and Max van der Heuvel and end up in third. There's not much to separate the T4 mini field in terms of positions for tomorrow. There's not been much drama in mini in terms of people falling down the order or non-finishes, so it's really close in terms of who will start where for the superheats. And albeit it's a little bit easier to overtake in a T4 Mini, as we're seeing Billy Green do now. And oh, James Stafford Jr. The front of the cart lifted a little bit. He clipped the rear bumper of Max van der Heuvel. But able to continue. It'll be a little bit of a scary moment that for James Stafford, but you've probably forgotten about it already. And we'll just send it on. And there we go, Stafford back on the inside of Max van der Heuvel. So, wasn't thinking about that incident for long, was James Stafford Jr. Able to get in from top two, still as close as they were. Jack Harney has just set the fastest lap of this race so far. There's not long left in this one. 20 seconds plus one lap, meaning we are on the penultimate one. Will it be Harley heartbreak again in terms of losing another race on the last lap? Or will the Brereton brilliance remain? Oh, Jack Harney's a problem. Jack Harney is a problem. It's going to be Harney heartbreak as he's pulled off. And we said there's been not much drama in T4 Mini. There you go. Commentator's curse. Jack Harney has pulled off on the second final lap of heat number 3. And he will be dropped well and truly down the order for the superheats. You'd rather it happen now than it happen tomorrow, because you can work your way back in the effective pre-final. But that is a disaster for Jack Harney. It was looking like he could go for the win once again. Fastest laps left, right and centre. But unfortunately, he has pulled off. Fight still continuing for third, and there goes James Stafford on the inside of the Dutchman. Max van der Heuvel, and can van der Heuvel reply? He has responded before. Billy Green runs wide in front. And James Stafford. And there we go, Max down the inside, Max van der Heuvel, and he has pulled that one off. That's a beauty of a move. Little bit of contact at the apex. Oh, wave of frustration for James Stafford. As Harley Brereton will come round for his most dominant win of the year, I think. Due to that incident for Jack Harney, that problem where all of a sudden the carts have started slowing down. Billy Green is going to take second position now with Max van der Heuvel coming home on the podium in third. James Stafford didn't have a good run at the last sector and fell well down the order. But there is a very frustrated Jack Harney. So disappointing for the young man. But welcome to motor racing, kiddo. Unfortunately, that can happen, and it has happened to Harley Brereton this season, but it happened to Harley Brereton in the final of a national round. Harney will recover, but it was Harley who took the heat-free win. Billy Green comes home in second. Max van der Heuvel in third, ahead of James Stafford Jr. in fourth. Colin McMahon in fifth. Fran Garcia Herrera in sixth, ahead of Oisin O'Sullivan. Jack Harney will get a classified finish 8th non-start for Stephen. So that's it for T4 mini action today. That's our T4 junior grid, and all arriving a little bit late. You're lucky the gate hasn't closed. We had a bit of an incident in T4 Junior Ireland earlier this year where the gate, or we were running ahead of schedule. I know, who could have thought karting events running ahead of schedule? And the gate closed a lot earlier than it should have, and about 10 drivers missed the race. So I think when it comes to T4 Junior, the gate will be left open a little bit longer. But Jack Fingleton will be on pole for this one, and he's been on pole for the 2 races before this and wasn't able to take a win. Ben O'Keefe and Zach Battersby have ended up in the wall at turn 1, or ended up tangled together at turn 1 in both races, but luckily a red flag and a restart for Ben O'Keefe. He was able to put himself 4th in heat number 2. Here's Jack Carney, who we unfortunately are waiting on the golf cart turned ice cream van recovery truck on. And the golf cart milling across the gravel at turn number 1 to get to Jack Carney as quick as possible. Final preparations, final chats being had. See there the white and black Kiltorcan Raceway hoodies if you're at the track. I believe there's a cheeky discount going on them if you fancy getting one yourself. Anthony gave me an ice cream, so it's only fair I plug his merchandise. And there's McMahon just getting the cart ready. As unfortunately it is the long trip back for Jack Carney. Even if it is a couple of minutes, it's still a long trip to see what unfortunately was the problem that caused you to retire from the race. You don't need to be a mind reader to understand the messaging to pole sitter Jack Fingleton there from his team. Eyes forward, send it. If you are just joining us or you've just stumbled across us, welcome to Kiltorcan Raceway, County Kilkenny, in the sunny southeast of the Republic of Ireland. It's a county most known for the game of hurling. Black and amber team, Black Cats as they are as, would be the most successful county when it comes to the game of hurling. If you are some of our international viewers, a bit of homework for you is to watch some hurling on YouTube. The All-Ireland Hurling Final takes place tomorrow. Unfortunately, Kilkenny not in it. But that's grand, because all the locals should be focused on this, the T4 Euro Cup. But some beautiful local sites in Kilkenny City, Kilkenny Castle. And it is fields for hours in this part of the country. In Kiltorcan. Now we have karts on the go. For those of you who are not interested in a geography lesson, we're going to return to motorsport. And on pole position is Jack Fingleton, with Zach Battersby starting alongside him. Senna McLaughlin in third, with Ben O'Keefe in fourth. Harry Ward in fifth, ahead of Adric Yell in sixth position. Alexander Ibrahim in seventh, with Jack Keneally alongside in eighth. Then on row 5 is Ben Cosgrove and Fernando Wheeler, ahead of Pablo Segura and Wesley Brereton. Liam Borkhall starts alongside Tyler Paget, Roman Pullen and Tiernan O'Connor, I should say, in 16th. 17th belongs to Rory O'Donovan, with Max Cooling in 18th, Darren McMahon in 19th, beside Nathan Strang, who had a mechanical failure at the end of heat number 2. Jack Fingleton on pole position from County Kildare. Third in last year's Motorsport Ireland T4 Mini Championship with 2 wins and 6 podiums. He is the 2026 O-Plate winner. Battersby and O'Keefe there on the outside. As though Ben O'Keefe's gone back to his old helmet. That's the Max Verstappen helmet he usually wears. I wonder, is that a superstition thing? I don't think the crash was bad enough to damage his other one, but he's gone back to his old lid. His Max Verstappen-esque helmet. He took 3 wins in it last week, so if himself and proud father Colm are superstitious at all, then that's certainly a decision behind that. But himself and Battersby have ended up tangled up in both the 2 races before this. That's something they absolutely do not want to happen under any circumstances here, as Jack Fingleton brings us towards the start-finish line, and Zach Battersby on the outside is down towards turn number 1 they come, and it's a great start for Zach Battersby. He's looking to go the long way around the outside, and they've survived, they've made it through, but the rest all haven't, and there's one in the barrier behind. That was Harry Ward once again, who crashed at the start of heat number 2, but he has got going, no major damage involved in that one. Jack Fingleton leads, ahead of Senna McLaughlin in second position. It's another fabulous start for Senna McLaughlin as they're scrapping all the way back. Tyler Brereton gaining places over Wesley Brereton, I should say, gaining places over Pablo Segura, who he was fighting with, and you can see there Wesley Brereton on the outside, but Senna McLaughlin pressuring Fingleton for the race lead. Big lunge down the inside, massive lunge by Senna McLaughlin, and he's up and ahead, and that allows Zach Battersby to sneak his way through. Zach Battersby hasn't made it this far on the opening lap up the front yet, and now he's fighting for the race lead here in heat number 3. The Oran Henry Racing man, who has not had the best of luck in 2026, is finally running up the front here in a T4 Junior race, and number 347 is starting to put the pressure on Senna McLaughlin, who has been untouchable at the front of this class, I should say, today. All are side by side behind, and that's Alexander Ibrahim, the Dutchman, who's got past Fingleton. Beautiful move from him. And the pit parts man from Hengelo in the Netherlands is up to 3rd place. Fernando Wheeler is behind Ben O'Keefe. Ben O'Keefe is down to 5th position now, and he's under pressure from the Guatemalan behind. It's Guatemala versus Carrick on shore in the fight for 5th position. Neither a go-karting stronghold, to paraphrase the great Mihalo Muraku. It is McLaughlin still in the race lead. Zach Battersby pressuring. Zach Battersby, Dubliner from OHR. Spent time rental karting in Spain last year, and he feels that helped enhance his craft. A former racer for SR36. replaced Rotaxan novice in last year, focusing his efforts on... Oh, sorry, he's racing both again this year, but has focused his efforts on Tillotson, I think, a little bit. He's had a little bit more success in it, a couple of podiums. But certainly racing both. A nasty whack in White River Park a couple of weeks ago. And now we look behind. This is not the battle for the lead, but this is a hotly contested affair. That's Rory O'Donovan, who's got ahead of Pablo Segura, and Rory O'Donovan started way down the order in 17th position. He's up to 12th, so it's a 5-position gain for O'Donovan. On the other hand, Pablo Segura started 11th. He hasn't made much progress because he sits in 13th, so he hasn't made any progress. It's a net loss for Pablo Segura, unfortunately. Still, you can see the leaders snaking their way through. That's Fernando Wheeler, Guatemalan, who is chasing after Ben O'Keefe at the front. So in the front four fight, at the lead is Senan McLaughlin from Athlone. Zach Battersby of Oren Henry Racing is behind, and it's the Dutchman Alexander Ibrahim, followed by Jack Fingleton. That's an overtake. That is Ben Cosgrove getting past Fernando Wheeler, and Tyler Padgett is involved in this fight as well. Tyler Padgett, third in the T4 America's Cup, was first in the Florida Karting Championship. A keen drummer is Tyler Padgett. Certainly he's getting into a rhythm here in heat number 3 behind Ben Cosgrove. Fighting with Fernando Wheeler as well. McLaughlin has pulled out a kart length on Zach Battersby, but that's nothing to write home about. Still very much under pressure, as it's Cosgrove, Wheeler, Padgett. So Tyler Padgett not able to get past Fernando Wheeler just yet. Disappointing race for Adrian Gill, who started 6th, finds himself in 14th. Not been too successful of a race, unfortunately, for him. Now that's Alexander Ibrahim on the tail of Zach Battersby down towards the first corner. And the Irishman defends the Dutchman in through T number 1. But Alexander may be able to lunge one down the inside into the hairpin. Will he go for it? No, sits behind. It's my first time seeing Alexander Ibrahim, but the impression he gives me is that he's a very calm young driver. Doesn't go for anything rash and really seems to think of the long run. There's been no hectic or crazy racing out of him today. It's all been laser focused on the end goal, which no doubt is a Euro Cup podium come tomorrow evening. 2 minutes to go in this one. Very enjoyable race so far. It's building up to a crescendo, you feel. Something big could happen. Will it be Battersby getting the win off Senan McLaughlin? And what's been a horrid day for him. There's the fastest lap. So when Battersby was put under pressure, that's how he responds, by going purple. And now big move down the inside. This is Ben O'Keefe, who's fighting with Ben Cosgrove. And oh, that's Brereton. That is Wesley Brereton, unfortunately, of 4B, who has gone round. Look how close Battersby is to McLaughlin. Look at the track usage of the juniors. I don't even think seniors use that much track on the outside, but chucking it through the hairpin is the T4 juniors. Now they all run single file. No one daring to pull out a line and lose the toe from in front. But Senan McLaughlin, luminous yellow Up in front, and Battersby was in second, but now under pressure from Alexander Ibrahim, and that is as sweet as a dive bomb as you can get. Parks it perfectly at the apex, gets an excellent exit, and Alexander Ibrahim is up to second position here, ahead of Zach Battersby in third. So now it's Ibrahim's time to try and pressure Senna McLaughlin into a mistake. Last lap board is shown. There's a lot of work to do if Alexander Ibrahim wants to try and win this one. Battersby just looks a little bit far off to redeem second place. It's a two-horse race up the front. The Dutchman's got a monster run out of turn number one. He could be close enough for a lunge here. Senna McLaughlin defends. Very smart decision from McLaughlin in front to go defensive. Through the left-hander. Ibrahim's got to send it through here. Hope he's close enough for the chicane or the hairpin. There's Ben O'Keefe and Cosgrove fighting, but the battle for the lead continues on. In for the hairpin. Battersby is on the tail of this as well. One of them's got to go for an overtake. Who dares wins? Is it Alexander Ibrahim? McLaughlin goes defensive. It's very difficult to overtake when the driver in front can run such a tight defensive line out like that. And Battersby is side by side with the Dutchman for the final corner. Senna McLaughlin has the hat-trick in his back pocket, but who takes second? Who takes third? Zach Battersby is going to come home in second, and who takes third position? It will be Alexander Ibrahim by 0.038 of a second, ahead of Jack Fingleton, PBR's Jack Fingleton, in fourth position. But Senna McLaughlin undefeated on Saturday's heat races here at Kiltorcan Raceway. Didn't take pole, but my word did he drive the wheels off his T4 Junior here in the heats. As confirmation of the win, Zach Battersby did sneak second, ahead of Alexander Ibrahim in the third, Jack Fingleton in fourth, Ben Cosgrove in fifth, Ben O'Keefe in sixth, so Cosgrove getting past his fellow namesake on the last lap. Fernando Wheeler comes home in seventh, ahead of Tyler Paget in eighth, Roman Pullen in ninth, Adrian Yell recovering to 10th, Rory O'Donovan, great drive, into 11th, Jack Keneally, Harry Ward and Tiernan O'Connor. 15th then went to Pablo Segura, Max Cooling in 16th, Nathan Strang 17th, Liam Borcall. It was Wesley Weird that was involved in an incident himself. And Darren McMahon, unfortunately, off the group. So it's one to go in Kiltorcan for Saturday's action. T4 Masters coming up in a few moments' time, and it was drama in Heat 2 of the Masters as well. The pace setter, the Italian from Cremona, Valerio Branda, spinning and then having to pull into the pit lane with a black and orange flag. That gave Adrian Somoza Ortiz the win. As you can see, the Masters just waiting in paddock assembly. So, final engine startup of the day, and the pole sitter Prandy is off at the front. So, Valerio Prandy in first, ahead of Adrian Somoza Ortiz, Luke Kavanagh, Colm Munnelly. Hopefully we can get a good result from Colm here. He's not had the luck here today, hit the wall in Heat 2. Luke Kurnstra pulled off with a mechanical on the second lap as well in that heat. Antonio Yul in 6th, ahead of Marco Pedrana on the podium last time out from 7th. Scott Garvey, the hot rod champion, starts in 8th. And it'll be Peter McBride in 9th, ahead of Roberto Zaltieri, another one who hit that same wall, the one that's in your camera shot now. And it'll be Aaron Doyle who starts from. So that's your grid for the final race of the day in T4 Masters. It is Valerio Brandi from Cremona, Italy for Leo 71, who is out in front. A family of competitors, but in very different aspects. Valerio racing go-karts, and his partner Silvia Palma competing in beauty pageants, was voted Miss Mama Italy a few years ago. There's your random tidbit of the day about our poleman Valerio Brandi. He's a race winner in Ormax, a race winner in endurance karting as well back in 2023, and heat winner here at Kiltorcan Raceway. What can he do though in the third heat? Will there be a fight between himself and Adrian Ortiz? One of them make a mistake, like they did in Heat 1 and Heat 3. As they head down towards the tram lines, it's Brandi on the inside, Ortiz on the outside, but it's a great start by Luke Kavanagh, who shoves Colin Munnelly wide again, and Munnelly almost hits the wall, hops over the curb for the third time, and he's lost fourth place to Luke Hoenstra once again, but the top three don't remain as they were, and Valerio Brandi has lost the race lead to the second place man, Adrian Ortiz, and I'm not too sure how that happened. The outside line hasn't been the favourable one today, but the Spaniard has made it work. And now Valerio Brandi is actually in second for the first time today, because he was leading when he made his mistake earlier on. He hasn't had to try pull off any overtakes. Let's see what he can do. Luke Kavanagh still in third. Couldn't find his way past Adrian Ortiz for the whole of the second heat. See if he can do it now as the first lap coming to a completion. Colin Munnelly is still up there as well, thankfully. So we'll see what Colin can do down towards the first corner. Not able to go and attack the Dutchman Luke Hoenstra just yet, but he's on the tail of him now, as is Brandi on the tail of Ortiz, and they're just behind. You can see Colin Munnelly attacking. No one goes for the move though, so they all remain as they were, top five in very close proximity. Is the Spaniard who remains in front. Didn't get a classified finish in the final of round number 1 of the Euro Cup. He's looking for a result here to potentially lock in a Nations Cup ticket, which will of course be in his home country. Luke Kavanagh fighting for the first time today with the Italian Valerio Brandi, and Luke Kavanagh says, I don't really want to fight. Push on. You can tell all about that by one little flick of the finger in karting, of course, folks, but that's usually the message to the third place man. He's hoping for chaos to kick off, and it is potentially, because Valerio Brandi has gone for the move on the inside. That's exactly what Luke Kavanagh wanted. Picture perfect, because he's just gone around the outside of both of them. You push on, make the move, Valerio, and I'll sneak my way through, says Luke Kavanagh. He's up in front in the race lead, and it's an Irishman leading in Masters for the first time today. And it's Luke Kavanagh now who's going to try and pull all the defensive stops. He was able to do so in the National Championship here last week. He's going to try to do so in a European race here. But Luke Kavanagh is up in front ahead of Valerio Brandi, and Adrian Ortiz has dropped from first to third in one singular section of the circuit. And this is interesting because they're all in different places. Adrian has been the one defending all day. Valerio's been the one leading. Now Luke Kavanagh has to defend from the front, but it's not going to last long because Valerio Brandi lunges down the inside and Adrian Ortiz is there as well. But it's Colin Munnelly. It's Irish support for Luke Kavanagh, and Colin Munnelly snuck through, as has Luke Hoenstra, and Adrian Ortiz was leading this race 2 laps ago. He's now down in 5th position and has a lot of work to do if he wants to try and get back on the podium. Valerio Brandi is slowly pulling the gap out the front, such as we know he can. So your running order, and it's a very shuffled up one based off the team of the day. Valeo Prundi leads. Luke Kavanagh, Colin Munnelly, Luke Hoonstra. There's Adrian Ortiz, Marco Padrana. Antonio Yul sets the fastest lap further behind. And now Luke Hoonstra, the Dutchman, is trying to get past Colin Munnelly to get back up onto the podium and maybe chase after his fellow namesake Luke Kavanagh. But the Dutchman, currently in fourth position from Arnhem, the Netherlands, racing for Team Pit Parts. But he's under a lot of pressure from the Spaniard, and Adrian Ortiz lunges it down the inside. The experienced Marco Padrana is trying to sneak through as well, but he wasn't able to do so. And Hoonstra is on the inside of Adrian Ortiz. They're side by side though now, Marco Padrana. And look, the sit into the seat from Antonio Yul to try and get a position as well, but they all remain as they were. And Valerio Prandi remains at the front, ahead of Luke Kavanagh. And Colin Munnelly on the podium as well, finally being allowed to get to work. No mess ups with crashes or spins. It's head down racing from Colin Munnelly to try and get a big result in Heat 3 and promote himself up the order in the grid spots for the Super Heat tomorrow. But now it's still battling Marco Padrana and Adrian Ortiz. Antonio Yul is involved in it as well. And it's the two Spaniards fighting for the first time. But Luke Hoonstra, the student from the Netherlands, is under a lot of pressure now. Luke, an athlete with type 1 diabetes, who is very proud to show that that does not hold him back. What an excellent kart racer is Luke Hoonstra. Has podiumed in the next GP, was third in the T4 Senior Rookies last season. The Dutchman is showing Adrian Ortiz that he's not the only one that can defend up the front. Valerio Prandi is starting to leap away from Luke Kavanagh. There's less than 2 minutes plus 1 lap to go here in this final race of the day in the T4 Masters. And that is Hoonstra, who is under a lot of pressure now from Adrian Ortiz. Single file in this fight for fourth. The front three are off and away, so this is what they're all fighting for. It's Hoonstra, Ortiz, then it is Padrana, Yul, Garvey, all involved in this one. Scott Garvey, the Irish name in this fight. T4 Masters has been a real open international contest, and Luke Hoonstra has to go defensive into the first corner ahead of Adrian Ortiz. And Ortiz must be frustrated, because this is exactly what he was doing to Luke Kavanagh in both the earlier races. And now Luke Hoonstra is returning the favour for his fellow Luke. One spelt in Dutch, of course, L-U-U-K for Luke Hoonstra. And Adrian Ortiz cannot find a way past Marco Padrana. Or he's not, sorry, that's Padrana overtaken by Antonio Yul. So Marco Padrana, who finished on the podium in the earlier heat, is now down to 7th position. As he got passed back through the hairpin as the last lap board shown. Yes, Padrana did manage to stay in front of Garvey, but Yul has got through. No, Luke Kavanagh. It's Luke Kavanagh that's gone dropping down the order. So Luke Kavanagh has pulled off somewhere, because he's no longer on the podium, and it's more drama in T4 Masters as we're looking at the fight for fourth still. This position's very important now for Adrian Ortiz, because he's likely to start on the pole tomorrow. He's the only one really who's finished 3 consistent races, because Kavanagh's now had a DNF. Brandy had a DNF, as we're looking at Valerio Brandy come round to take his second heat win of the day, and it was a lot more successful one than it was earlier. I think Luke Hoodstra's managed to defend from Adrian Ortiz here, and it's a taste of Ortiz's own medicine, and it's not a sweet one as he swaps on the inside. Oh, they're so close towards the end. Who's going to be able to take it? Is it going to be Luke Hoedstra? It will. It'll be the Dutchman who comes home in front. Valerio Brandy, fastest lap on the last lap. Statement well and truly made. He is still the pace setter for tomorrow, but will not start on the pole because of that DNF. Well, he's unlikely to start on the pole because of the DNF. I think it could be a very mixed T4 Masters race tomorrow, but Valerio Brandy takes the race win ahead of Colin Munnelly in second position. Luke Hoedstra in third. Adrian Ortiz is in fourth ahead of Antonio Yul in fifth. Marco Pastrana in sixth ahead of Scott Garvey in seventh. Peter McBride is in eighth position. Aaron Doyle in ninth. Roberto Zaltieri is in 10th. Oh, how heartbreaking is that for Luke Kavanagh? We didn't even spot what happened. But it will be 11th for him. 2 laps down. And folks, that concludes our racing action here in Kiltorcan Raceway. What a day of racing we had. 3 fabulous heat races. 2 awesome Bambino practice sessions. But we really got to look at the stars of the future. We'll have more, of course, tomorrow, where we will have your super heats for all the races. There will be a driver's parade for those at the track. There will be a demo of the brand new Tillotson T4 drift car as well, which should be pretty cool. Then, of course, it is your crucial Tillotson T4 Euro Cup finals. And it is a wide open one in all the classes. Who knows who will take the win? Will it be Noah Rosser to win another international event on Irish soil in senior, junior? Who knows who could win? It's probably the class most likely to take an Irish winner. Minnie Harney versus Breton. There's only one way to find out, folks, and that is here on Alpha Live tomorrow. Make sure to join us from the morning time, where we will be running you through all the racing action live here from the Tillotson T4 Euro Cup at Kiltorcan Raceway. My name is Evan Dalton, folks. Thank you very much for joining us throughout the day. Stay safe, enjoy your evenings, and we shall see you tomorrow. Slàinte.